Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. Beyond the Forgotten Realms and perhaps not far from Exandria, Atlaran and her two-moon sky have seen leviathans, dissolutions, divine gates, and calamities. And that's only the last 5,000 years. These have all played parts in the world's fate, but it's the people that truly shape the future. And, every so often, little windows of time, short glimpses into exceptional people's lives, are plucked from the midst of the chaotic centuries, and we call them stories. They're not always epics of heroism and bravery, quite the contrary. Every hero was once a bumbling fool, or a selfish mercenary looking to make a platinum, or, in most cases, both. But on a far smaller scale, perhaps it is time we look at the 300 years since our last story. Much of the world of Atlaran has entered an industrial age of machines, magics, gunpowder, and most volatile of all, the printing press. Factions and nations fight for political supremacy as much with blade and bow as paper and ink. But the machinations of nobles don't mean much to our crew. In this particular window in time, it is the year 501, and despite the advancements of the world, the Antarctic continent of Frosthold is still a little behind. A trio of wanderers have unknowingly taken up a mercenary contract together, intertwining their separate threads. Each seek a form of salvation in their own way. One must undo a mistake, one must find their strength, and one must find their true place. Scrappy misfits all. This is their story, pitted against a world of danger and rushing further into the unknown every waking moment.
I need no weapon, for I am the weapon. I need no armor, for my family is my armor. When I fall, I rise to guard eternal. This was the Nothar creed that Foostrak Broadhorn was raised by. A Minotaur barbarian with a love of battle and honor, the son of Chief Taiylor is fiercely protective of those he cares about. Foostrak is traveling the world to learn new fighting styles and techniques, and hoping to bring them back home to Garrett Eldathos. While not exactly smart, Foostrak makes up for it in brute strength and tenacity on the battlefield. The maul on his back comes in handy, but Foostrak prefers unarmed combat to even the playing field. Despite his gruff exterior, Foostrak can be quite patient, kind, and gentle, but guards the secrets of his past tightly, though it may soon catch up with him.
If you're ever in search of polite company and good conversation, perhaps Magda Wrenly won't be your first choice. If you have a problem that needs taking care of by whatever means necessary, however, you won't find a better mercenary for the job. Hailing from the beyonding woods of Amnoblin, Magda has traveled the world under the employment of the Atlaran Mercenary Company. She's a human blood hunter who acquires her abilities from special concoctions taught to her by the Guild of the Gate. While she has served the AMC for many years, anyone who comes across her may get the distinct impression she has no interest in niceties and kissing ass to rise through the ranks. Even so, Magda knows that in order to achieve her goals, she needs the AMC and the Guild. If she'll ever be able to stop looking over her shoulder and finally start looking forward, she needs to play the game. But she'll be damned if she lets herself trust anyone again.
Oh, hey there, guy. My name is Noah Nicholas Nesbitt Borago, which, is probably too many names, but Ma and Dad couldn't pick one they liked best, and even after all that effort to choose one they liked, they ended up calling me Nick, wouldn't you know? Even my babysitters growing up, old Alma and Candy, called me all sorts of things because cripes they had a lot to choose from, didn't they? Half the time I don't even know who anyone is talking to, but I answer anyway because I just like to be helpful. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, you can just call me Noah. I grew up in a sweet little suburb of Port Midcord called Reese's Ridge, and I tell you what, I wouldn't have it any other way. My parents have a successful little potion shop that I helped out with as a kid. My dad was doing crazy experiments with the potions while Ma was tinkering away on whatever she could find. I remember some of the other kids while I was growing up, they would come to our neighborhood barbecues and bring their toys over to show off. Why, this one time I accidentally melted poor Patty's new doll, and boy did I feel silly. After that, you can sure bet I got a good lesson in potion safety. Well, once I got older, I traveled around with the Phelan caravan since, they were good friends of the folks, and I learned a lot more on my travels. Now, after traveling so much, I've helped the folks expand the business and, created a few more things that we can stock in our stores. I came to Frosthold in search of some rare ingredients and to make some new, potion things with. And I'll be darned all the heck if I'm not gonna come up with something cool to show Mom and Dad next time I come home.
Vagrant, entertainer, gun for hire. Christmas Fortunemær has been known as many things and gone by various names. Whatever suits him best at the time. To get to the next day, to the next job, to the next handful of coin. Christmas does not go out of his way to show cruelty nor kindness, and grants neither favor nor misfortune. He acts solely for his own interests, and only helps or harms others to further those interests. Though born far in the north under more privileged circumstances, an encounter with the chaotic magic of the Feywild set Christmas' path in a drastically different direction, a direction that changed him, both inward and outwardly. But with change comes freedom, and with freedom comes danger. Survival from one day to the next is both exhilarating and grueling, but Christmas has mastered surviving. Whether by the stage or a passing stranger's pocket, making it to the next day is his specialty.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I'm your Dungeon Master, Taiylor Wallace, and with me I have Astrid Knight.
Hello.
I have Blake Wolfe.
Hi, everybody.
I got Zack Gale.
What?
Hello.
And I got Zack Koop.
I'm here too.
That was smooth as fuck. Hell yeah. All right. Mostly.
All right,
back,
time for the
everybody.
clusterfuck.
Hell yeah. Welcome back. Happy Saturday, y'all. Time for some healthy escapism. Let's do it. Healthy.
Is there
So-
unhealthy/healthy escapism? Like,
There is.
I mean, we're not all doing meth, so
that's
yeah.
true.
This
Yeah.
is
That
like
is true.
everybody smile. We all have our teeth.
Yeah, parents, we could all be crackheads.
You're
yeah.
welcome.
And instead we're Satanists. All right, let's do this.
My parents don't watch this.
Yeah, are you kidding?
My mother-in-law attempted to, but she had no idea what we were talking about, and so she was like, "This is nice,"
I know.
and I
one
thought it was
parent-
very nice.
I know one parent can't, and I doubt the other could. So
Yeah, it's hard to get reception underground.
yeah, especially yeah.
Fuck.
All right. Anyway, so last time, God, I love those.
Not
jokes.
working down there yet.
Not quite. Gotta get some fiber cable.
Yeah.
So last time, you guys had just finished helping civilians escape during a riot in Awaz caused by apparently the execution of a number of whistleblowers who called out a Glacier Watch major who was using prisoners as essentially slave labor with some friends who owned nearby businesses. It's boy howdy does real life leak into this game. You
Just
also
look and be like, you Amira can't do that.
you also learned that none other than Walter Dine was reinforcing the Crimson Hammer agents in Awaz and had been, along with the rest of Veneer Arms, forbidden from selling or delivering to the Glacier Watch. In fact, he had been told to take back weapons if possible. He also mentioned when confronted that Magda had already told on him for the day, which means Kit got straight to Leon at your request. So that's fun.
Done.
You did meet Anna of Colm, who was working as a leader, though she is not the leader of the Crimson Hammer. Managed not to strangle Walter along the way. Hello, Titan. And you all stayed the night in Sing Tower at Helena's welcome. In the morning, Noah got a sending from Alistair Altera asking for your ETA to Mannaz, and Christmas found a Vodro post letter warning him that someone had found him. You all got Kyotori, big winter bird mounts with Helena's help, and you headed south at Christmas's very, very insistent behest. After being invisible for the first hour of the journey, he finally reappeared and shared his letter with all of you. It was not signed, simply said that someone knows where he is and he needs to move. And someone who had sent the letter was sorry for something? It is unclear as to exactly what's going on. Skipping a bunch of other stuff, by Orn the 24th, you all arrived at the edge of the Castra River Valley, 2 days away from Mannaz. You can see across the valley where there's a ring of standing stones with what must be an Earthblood Fountain in the center, leaking lava into the valley. Jasper has explained to you that this is one of several major ley line crossroads, and monuments built on said crossroads are empty in their centers to allow the fountains to appear, as they appear in such places fairly often. It is getting to afternoon, early evening as you guys are descending the northern slope of the valley. You are going down to cross the Castra River, and Mannaz is directly past the standing stones if you wish to go give the Earthblood Fountain a look.
What's the date?
It is Orn the 24th.
Okay, just making sure.
And Orn the 20th was one of the longest days that we have ever played this game. Because I think it lasted across 3 episodes.
3 sessions.
At least, yeah.
Except for Yule.
Oh my god.
Yule was like 10 days long,
yeah.
So...
Yeah, Yule was 10 days long, but it took fucking 20 episodes to get through.
Yeah, we were playing Yule for like fucking 3 months.
It was a long time.
Yeah.
I don't think it was 3 months, but it was like...
It's close enough.
Yeah.
We
were starting a war.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, I can't wait to come up with a bunch of weird-ass Yule traditions for Foostrak's people.
Oh, God.
I'm going to start planning that now.
You are the Yule goat.
Yeah, start planning that now, after Yule.
I'm going to set up my own holiday.
Okay. I mean, the Obsidian Collective did it, you can do it.
I wonder what it's going to be called.
Specifically during Yule time, I'm going to set up my own holiday.
It'll be called Thanksgiving.
And steal from... Are you going to steal, like, all of the Yule traditions and, like, call them your own and then, like, capitalize on them?
I just
make a fat red guy.
All sorts of pagan stuff, but then I'm going to... You remember that Jesus guy that came up last time? Going to make it all about him and then just hide pagan symbology everywhere.
This is Christmas's long game, and it's literally just starting Christianity in Atlaran.
Oh, God.
It's just starting Christmas. That's all.
That's it. Not actually,
It's like Taco in the Adventure Zone. Just long game, make tacos.
Wants to invent tacos. Yep.
How's that fruit punch, Koop?
Do I discover the secret of sour cream?
Unbranded.
All right, y'all. What are you doing?
We're going to the Earthblood Fountain.
Okay, it is away. It's like, even though you can see it, it is a day and a half away. It is on the opposite side of this valley. It's going to take you a real long time to get down and back up.
Well, giddy up, Limp Biscuit. Let's go.
Is it entirely necessary that we go, or?
I feel like we already had this conversation, and the answer is yes.
I think the answer was yes, and then a couple of us are going to stay a safe distance away.
Yeah, can mine be like a day and a half away? Or... I would like to get to Mannaz, but...
Let's make sure everybody stays really safe, and we'll do like 20 feet.
Yeah, I'm not exactly keen on getting up close and personal with this one, if you know what I mean.
Right.
No, I don't. But that's okay.
Oh, we found one of these before, and I died. So.
Oh. Well, good thing I've got lots of spare potions, eh?
Yeah.
That one you couldn't really help with. He was like
I was burned to a crisp and impaled.
Yeah, it was.
It's
not good.
Yeah, I was like double dead.
Yeah.
Okay,
Met a god though. That was.
Everybody give me animal handling checks.
Oh, that's right. We're on the chocobos.
You're on Kyotori. Nothing like chocobos.
You mean they're exactly like chocobos?
Chocobos.
I got a 7.
13.
I got a 17.
But my bird likes
Oh,
me.
buddy.
Oh no.
Oh, your bird spontaneously dies. Your bird is like that whatever that thing in Star Wars 2.
The Tauntaun?
If it
Tauntaun,
helps,
thank you.
Yeah.
if it helps, it's
Just
a
like,
5 total.
That doesn't help you.
And then we have to cut it open and sleep inside of it for the night.
I honor.
I thought they smelled bad on
the
the outside.
outside.
God.
So it wasn't that hard of a check because these are birds literally built for mountain climbing and snow. So they are very, very adept at keeping their balance, even in crazy places. This, even though it is an extremely steep, sort of almost half slide down to the valley bottom, it's not going to take you that long to get to the bottom because it's going to be taken at speed, unfortunately. But they're adept to the point that even Magda, who, it's not that you can't control the animal, it's that while you have experience riding, you do not have experience riding on this type of terrain or grade. But you managed to stay on and not kill yourself or your bird. As you guys just sort of, you find a couple like gravel slides and go down those because they're less awful than just trying to jump down. But poor Christmas, who is probably the most accomplished rider in the entire group, for reasons known only to him, you get about halfway down the valley side, and at this point, the sun is starting to set, but because of how deep this valley is, the shadow gets cast over the valley much earlier. Hello! Oh, wait. And so you're not doing too badly until it gets just a little too dim for you to notice a few things. And there's one point where your bird is sort of making a diagonal line down the side of this gravel slide, trying not to fall. And you don't see a very large snake on the side of the hill, and your bird freaks the fuck out. You are not prepared for it to literally jump in the air and extend its wings because you're not used to this. And you get thrown off and you just roll down the hill.
But I want to know, do you also get bit by the snake when you fall off? Because, that's important.
I think considering the chocobo flew up in the air, I'm not going to be that mean.
Okay.
Oh, it's a chocobo now.
God! Hold on.
He's just, screaming in the background.
It's so funny.
God. So your chicken saw a snake, and now you're dead.
Does it, glide all the way down? That's what I want to know.
I mean, they can.
Yeah. Honestly, that probably would have been a better way down this incline.
It's true.
They don't glide as well as chocobos do in like the games, but it can sort of like slow its fall. But yeah, Christmas, give me what kind of check do you think you should make for rolling down a gravelly hill?
Constitution.
You can choose, I'll say, how about a dexterity save?
Can I choose to use a spell instead?
You can.
Cool. Well, I am rolling. Actually, you know what? It sounded cool that I said I'm going to use a spell instead, but now I'm thinking about it, and I don't think I actually would do that. So I will roll the dexterity save.
Okay.
14.
14, okay. Yep. You go rolling a ways, and let me tell you, gravel is not good on the joints, or the head. So, on your way down, you're going to take... Ooh, that's not okay. You're going to take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. But you make it to the bottom faster than anybody else. And you are very dizzy.
Is this like the scene in The Princess Bride? They're just like, ow, 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 the whole way down.
Yeah.
It's more like the one in Kung Pao where the baby is rolling down the hill. And halfway down, a lady picks it up and is like, "Oh, baby!" and then tosses it.
If I'd rolled really bad on the dexterity saving throw, then it would have been like Hot Rod, where you just see Andy Samberg get thrown down a mountainside multiple times, and it's like ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm just
and
thinking
you
of-
landed in a snake pit.
I'm just thinking of like every Ninja Sex Party video where
Yeah.
it's the mannequin and he's
Daniken.
just
The Daniken.
Yeah.
while he records ooh noise.
Really shitty hit
Yeah.
sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, you all watch Christmas just go tumbling down the hill as the rest of your birds are just like,
Oh no.
Oh no.
but Christmas,
That's gonna suck.
Christmas, you come to a stop, probably a good 50 feet from the edge of the Castra River, which, mind you, here is very wide. Not very deep, but definitely very wide. And it just roars past you. From down here, you can see through the length of the valley. There are little stone structures everywhere. As you're like picking yourself up and getting your bearings, you notice that there are cairns everywhere, little stacks of stones, all along the edge of the river.
What are you giggling about?
I heard Karen.
Yeah, I did too.
No, it's Scottish.
So many
They're cairns.
There's just little bob cuts all over the
Yep.
place.
They're like, let me speak to your manager.
I already know exactly how Harris is going to respond to this question. Where's my bird?
Your Kyotori?
I want my bird.
Approximately 100 yards above you, just standing on the hillside, looking down at you, looking unbothered now that the snake is gone.
I can't whistle in real life, so I'll whistle to try to get it to come down.
Wait, you
to
can't
me.
whistle?
How long have we
haven't
been
you
friends?
heard him
and
try?
you don't know this.
No, I don't think I've ever heard him try.
I
He
cannot
did like
whistle.
a couple weeks ago. I heard that.
Yeah, this is not the first time that's come up in this campaign.
Go ahead and make an animal handling check.
Okay.
You handle those animals.
10.
10?
Yep.
He does not come to your call.
Here, kitty.
But the rest of you up on the hillside, you all managed to make your way down safely. And being that the Kyotori are sort of flock animals, the last one follows you down. And eventually, Christmas, you can get a hold of him. Down here, you guys are, of course, looking up the face of the other side of the valley, and the little trickle of lava flow coming down. And you can also see the edge of the wood line you guys are facing south, so it would be to your right. It is getting kind of dark as you guys stop down here. So what would you like to do? Would you like to press on and try to make it to a flat point up on the other side of the valley, or do you want to stop here?
Can I take a look at these cairns and figure out, like, what... Do I know what they're for?
Make me a history check.
Okay.
I was going to say, I was probably going to do something similar.
Yeah, you can both make history checks. One of you can do it with advantage if you want, or you can roll separately.
I already rolled, so you take yours.
Oh, I was going to say, I was going to give you advantage. You're probably better at it than I am anyway.
He's an intelligent boy.
Oh, yeah. I rolled a 5 and a 4, so 9.
You're from Harris, where cairns are not a cultural thing. They're... Shut up, you guys.
I mean, what other culture do white people have besides cairn culture? Come on.
I don't consider a tiefling to be a white person. They're much too cool.
He was raised by white people.
Yeah, basically. But these stacks of stones are not a cultural thing in Harris. You know they are in Amnoblin and Frosthold, but you can kind of find them anywhere because people think they're neat and they just stack stones like fucking tourists do. Not realizing that there are cultural significances to the practice, and also when you move rocks into stacks like that, you ruin homes and environments for animals, so that's fun.
Oh, now I feel bad about every time I do this when I see one of these. Okay.
See, people don't realize it because they think they're just rocks.
They are just rocks.
You're taking away shelter from little things that live underneath them.
I mean, fair.
You don't have to feel bad about it, just don't do it.
Well, I don't, because the rock I moved was like this big, so
That's
like
fine.
I don't. Yeah.
I'm
not like moving whole boulders. And I'm like, oh, sorry. Fuck you, Fox family. I'm going to move this whole boulder.
That's not what I'm talking about, but okay.
No, I know.
It's more like crayfish and like small water dwelling things, or like bugs.
Oh, never done this in a river.
Okay, whatever. Don't care.
Okay.
Don't Karen.
I do care.
Don't Karen.
I do care, but just not in this moment. Anyway, you know they have cultural significance, but you do not know what for.
I turn around. Jasper.
Yeah.
What do these things mean? Yeah. Doesn't he just know?
No, not necessarily. He's a kobold.
Okay. He lives here.
He trots his Kyotori up and he looks at them. He says, these are trail markers. These are probably really, really old trail markers. And he like gets off his Kyotori and like inspects one that has been there so long that like moss has grown across different rocks. And he points further east toward the mountains and says, this is probably a path between the Mannaz leyline crossroad and the northeast. This is why the Runetown Ring is called that. These cairnstones exist all the way around the ring. They're like a pilgrimage path marker.
Well, at least it's not Blair Witch stuff, right? So
I don't know what that means.
That was me talking to you, not.
I know.
Okay, well, cool rocks. Do y'all wanna camp here or like ford the river?
Oh God,
die of dysentery.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get killed by a moose.
We can count
Bandit steals our food in the night.
Is this like big, wide... Well, you said it was a wide river. Is this like roaring rapids, or is it pretty like calm right now?
Is it a lake?
You guys are in the area where it's widest and sort of quietest, but not too far later into the west, it starts getting deeper and thinner and more like vicious.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fairly calm here. It's like the ford of the fucking river in Lord of the Rings. Can't remember what it's called. The Bruin? I don't know.
Yeah, the Horse River.
Yeah.
Titan, what are you eating? Decide what you want to do.
So do we want to camp here?
We can just camp here. It's fine.
Okay.
Might as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna hop down off my Kiatori and like stick my foot in the river, and I'm gonna be like, the thing I love most about rivers is you can't step in the same river twice.
What?
Nobody gets that joke, so I'm just gonna keep going. It's fine.
I do though. I do.
I mean, you could step in the same river twice.
No, because
No,
the
you
water is
can't.
always riving. Always riving. The river's always changing, always
River's
flowing.
always riven.
Always changing, always flowing. God damn it.
The river's always riveting.
River to the rivening.
And he knows every rock and tree and creature has a
Yeah.
life, has a spirit, has a name.
That's a totally different song, but yes.
I know, but it's in the same movie.
But the heron and the otter are my friends.
Yeah. The who's the brothers? The wolf and the...
I haven't seen Poker
I can't
House in
remember.
so long.
I haven't seen it so long either. Anyway,
DM,
what are you doing?
How much daylight do we have left?
Considering you're at the bottom of the valley, less than normal. It is already... The sun is out of sight now. To anybody at the top of the valley, it is starting to set.
I'm gonna cast a quick light. I'll just grab a rock. If there's a rock, do I have to do what Noah does and roll to find a rock?
No, you don't.
Okay, cool. This is a light rock,
Just
not
do
a
it on the whole
catapult rock,
cairn.
so it's there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll very carefully not take one from one of the Karens that's walking around, and light it up.
Need a permit to do that, or I'm gonna call the cops on you.
I'm gonna just take a quick walk downstream, see if I can find a place nearby where we can ford across in the morning.
If you go further downstream, you will hit the wood line. And as I mentioned before, the river starts to thin but get deeper. So you would actually be better served going upstream.
Okay. Yeah, so east.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll start heading east. I'm not gonna go too far, probably just like a mile or two, and then start heading back.
Oh no.
Yeah.
If
You want some company on that?
yeah, we should take these creatures as well. Just
Can do.
cover a little more distance.
Yeah, maybe we should all go together so we're not,
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
a good idea.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
In that case, can we just look for a better place to cross in the morning and then camp there?
Sure.
Sweet.
Everybody make me perception checks.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm rolling like goddamn balls.
Natural 20.
Or survival, if you so prefer.
17.
Either way, natural 20.
Okay.
4.
10.
Or wait, survival 7.
Okay. You guys head further upriver, closer to where the lava flow comes down and meets the water. And as you get to probably within like 100 yards of that spot, you find the river at its sort of calmest and widest. You can actually see the bottom is no more than maybe 2 feet, 1.5 feet. And this is pretty clear water to the point that you guys can see like fish making their way through. The Castra River, thankfully, unlike the Bow River, is not horribly polluted.
Do we need to catch some fish and some bras?
Well, we don't want to use the bra because it's also packed with salt.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
So,
I mean,
And
Foostrak knows how to fish now, yeah? Doesn't he?
yeah, Jasper and Foostrak know how to spearfish.
Yeah.
it is.
I
getting-
also have a spear. Can I help fish?
You can. It is getting into steelhead and almost salmon season, so you'll be able to find some good stuff.
Mm.
We can find some sex fish.
Yeah. It's not quite like breeding season. This would be
Bonefish.
this would be when they're starting to head
You
upriver.
know-
But yeah,
Salmon aren't the only fish that have sex. I mean,
no fish have sex. They just kind
yeah.
of everywhere.
Yeah, they just kind of like puff everywhere.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. Anyway, Titan. God damn it.
He is
Where are
fishing
you?
the biggest fit.
Where
So
are
funny.
you? I'm gonna. He's so energized right now. Fucking. Gotcha.
Tranquilizer dart.
Yeah.
Xena's got a hold of him now. They'll play. Thank God I have a second cat.
While other people are fishing, Magda still is not taking her mutagen like around other people. She's still kind of like wandering off and like trying to be secluded about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Still is in that habit. So.
And you're keeping track of how many you're using. And
Yep.
I assume Noah makes them for you from the supply on hand as needed.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot now from
Yeah.
from Helena. So.
All right. So Magda goes off a little ways to do that, to do drugs.
Yep.
Most of the boys go fishing. That Lurkin and Christmas would probably, unless Christmas wants to go fishing, Lurkin and Christmas are left to start to set up camp.
Yeah.
Are you two
So-
both standing there with like the tent and the rods, and you're like, "That's not how it goes. It doesn't go there."
I know how to put up a tent. That would be a
I
life skill.
imagine-
I know.
I imagine Lurkin is just like, tell me how to set up a tent. I don't know.
I have seen so many divorces happen at campgrounds.
It's not even that hard.
It's not.
No,
It's
they
not,
have
but when you try to get two
instructions.
people to do anything together, it's like,
Yeah. Two people who have to be right.
I'm actually
Yes.
gonna be like, well, find a place right in the middle of where we're all gonna be, and just start clearing out a little space, and go get some wood and put that in. And I'm like explaining to him how to build a fire when he's
Okay.
asking me how to build a tent. And I'm gonna see
It's
how
like-
long it takes for him to catch on.
Damn it. Dick.
Yeah, for real.
I love it.
He
I
catches
love it,
on
but
pretty
damn.
quick,
Okay.
but he just kind of is like, all right. And he sort of walks off down the river to the wood line to go get stuff.
I feel better
Um,
putting up the tents by myself.
Yeah, I imagine.
Goes up around the river bend.
Yep, just around the river bend.
Yeah.
We are gonna be lucky if we make it to Mannaz today.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I'm not gonna make you guys roll for fishing. It is so horrifically easy.
I got 6 on the fishing,
Great.
so
Noah gets nothing.
oh, cool. I eventually take out my gun and shoot one of them.
Yeah. Do you do that though?
Why not?
I'm just asking. Are you serious?
Just
Oh,
scare
yeah.
away all the
I'll-
fucking
Okay. You all are doing your things when you suddenly hear just echo through the entire valley.
Oh, I
The
got one, eh?
entire valley.
What the
Yeah.
fuck, man?
I got one.
Did you?
Did he scare all the fish away?
Did I get one? That's a good question. Yeah, that was like a
You
15.
rolled a 6 on fishing. No.
Did
It
you
was a
say
6.
a 50?
It was a 6 for the spear, but with the gun, it's a 15.
Oh, 50.
You managed to get one just close enough to the surface to actually kill it. So sure, you got one.
Are our mounts still here?
They are. They're veneer arms, Kyotori. They're desensitized.
That's true.
They're gunbirds.
Are there still fish here?
Where else are they gonna go?
Probably not a lot, because that was a violent explosion in the water, and they're probably like, fuck this.
All the fish get out of the river and walk away. They're like,
Yeah.
wow, hate this place.
You guys do manage to come away with enough for everybody to have dinner. Are you guys going to set up watches, or what are you doing?
Already got to watch.
Magda will plop down next to the fire and be like, I'll take first watch.
Okay, cool. Make me a perception check.
Oh, God. That's fine.
After Noah just announced to everybody that you're here.
Yeah, thanks. Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20, alright. Oh, I should say, did anybody else want to do anything before bed?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's about time that Lorcan starts learning how to fight with a rapier.
Oh, yeah.
I would assume you guys have been working on this, but...
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
then yes, we've been working on that. And also
Okay.
tonight we will work on that as well.
Yeah. So, Magda, as you're like sitting there waiting for everybody to go to bed, you just hear Lorcan go, Jesus Christ, as he just gets smacked with the flat of a rapier.
Boys, don't kill each other, please.
We're doing the opposite of that. I'm trying not to get killed.
Yeah, so don't do that, please.
Okay.
My God, you're just like
Thanks,
annoyed
Mom.
mom in the corner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's just sipping out of a flask. Being
Yeah,
like,
no,
"All right."
according to my notes, she is exhausted wine mom.
Yep.
So, yeah. Lorcan is, if nothing else, Lorcan is eager to learn and quick to pick up things. And you can see that as he's working with you, it's almost like he already knows how to do some of this. He just didn't realize that he knew it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, you guys work on that for a while before going to bed. Mostly Lorcan, covered in bruises. I would assume you're good enough of a sword fighter to hurt him, but not badly. So Magda, with that natural 20 perception check,
Unnatural 20.
What?
You said natural 20, it was an unnatural 20.
Oh, unnatural 20. Well, never mind then.
In that case, you don't see shit.
No.
Well, it's different. It is different.
So as it gets properly dark and everyone is asleep in their tents and you're sitting next to the fire, you are at the bottom of a wide open valley. Someone shot off a gun because they thought it would be a good idea, and you have a fire going. Anyone would be able to see you for miles, and you know that, so you're kind of hyper vigilant. But you are near town, so maybe it's not going to be that bad. The thing that sort of holds your attention through most of your watch is the lava flow coming down from the Earthblood Fountain and this ring of stones. As this very small trickle of lava comes down, just continuous, it hits the water and is sending up steam and filling sort of that section of the valley with mist over time that gets thicker as the night goes on, and it sort of settles low in the valley. So your visibility gets less and less. But nothing comes to pass during your watch. Who's taking the second?
I'll go second.
Okay, roll me a
Yeah.
perception check.
Nat 20.
All right.
Wow.
You wake up to a fuckload of fog and
I can see all the fog.
an orange glowing line coming down the side of the valley. Make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, motherfucker.
What?
I'm dead. Oh, I have -1 to those. Oh, that's a 0.
Oh
no! I rolled a nat 1 with a -1.
Oh boy.
Man, a 20 and a 1 back to back.
Instant death.
Yeah. How the mighty have fallen.
I see all, but I don't know what's going on.
Let me ask you one question.
Oh, Jesus. Do you want to roll a new character?
No. Who is the most important person to Noah? I almost called him Kit.
Oh. Man. It's probably going to be his mom.
No.
Chris, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as you're sitting there just sort of tinkering around with your stuff and keeping an eye out around you guys,
oh, no.
Not that there's much to see. You hear off to the west.
No.
Nick!
I hate these creatures.
Mm-mm.
Who said it's one of those?
No, I already... Oh, no. Okay. I'd kind of perk up and just, like, listening, since I know that she's supposed to be in Mannaz. Mannaz.
Yeah. And you hear the voice call again. It is definitely her voice. You would know her voice anywhere. Just be like, Nick, where are you? But you notice the voice is kind of dulled in the fog because it's so thick. In fact, give me what's your passive perception, rather?
11.
11? Okay, never mind.
Now, question. Because I failed the wisdom saving throw,
Mm-hmm.
are there any consequences to that, to how I react?
You are in charge of your own emotions.
Okay, I'm just double checking.
I cannot tell you how to feel most of the time.
I wasn't sure if the fail was just to get like her voice, or if the fail was how I react.
You don't know what the fail was.
Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna walk over to Foostrak and kind of give him a kick. Be like, Foostrak.
Bah.
Bah. There's somebody in the fog that sounds like my mom.
I feel like that is concerning, because earlier you said she was in the town.
Yeah, that's like 2 days away, and the last time I checked, she does not know how to teleport, so I'm not sure what this is.
And you both hear, Nikki!
Is there any type of check that I might be able to make on this?
Are you... What do you want to know?
So, I think that it's mostly, could it be something mimicking her voice? Does it in any way sound unnatural? Like, I don't know what Chris's voice sounds like, but, I mean, like, when you hear a parrot speak, like, you can tell that it's not a human saying it.
Yeah, it sounds very similar, but not quite. It's a little uncanny valley. I will let you make either a history check for maybe things that could mimic the voice, an arcana check if you think it's a magical effect, or a
nature
or survival, just for your general knowledge of shit that happens in Frosthold.
Well, I'm going to go with survival because it's the only one of those that I have a positive check-in. That is a 10.
I would say mostly due to your time with Jasper. You are aware that, well, you have been told by several people that the southern Runewood is dangerous. And this sounds like it's coming from the direction of the woods. From your time with Jasper, you know that there are a lot of things in Frosthold that are rather scary and dangerous and come out at night. But with the 10, I'm not going to give you any more specifics than that.
It is enough, though, for me to know I should wake up Jasper.
Sure. Yeah, he's, as per usual, he's like cuddled up against your back. Just sort of like dog lizard curl.
He's so fucking adorable. We need a plushie of Jasper.
Oh my god, I would die.
Aww.
Alina may be able to make one.
But yeah, so you wake up Jasper?
Yeah, and I'm just gonna be like, shh, just like to like make sure that he like keeps his voice down.
Yeah, Jasper, classically loud.
I mean, just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. He picks his head up and he looks around and he's like, "Okay, what's happening?"
What's happening?
Noah and I are hearing the voice of his mother come out of the woods.
Oh.
And you know way more about this shit than we do.
We should all go into tents and stay there and not come out.
Do we have tents?
And do we have a tent big enough to
Christmas set one up, apparently.
We're setting them up, yeah.
Do you guys have like a few tents, or do you have like one big one?
I should actually note.
I don't
think any of us have tents in our inventory.
I do not. I have a bedroll.
Someone said
actually,
tents.
I don't even have a bedroll.
Noah didn't Noah have a tent?
Ember had a tent.
Oh shit, that's right.
And
Noah's rich though.
We could retcon. We don't have any tents.
Okay.
Yeah,
y'all
Noah's
don't have
rich,
a tent.
so he stayed at a tavern. He didn't go camp outside.
Well,
yeah, y'all don't have tents. So retcon what Jasper said. He says, we should like get everybody into a group and like no one go off alone.
Okay.
We could all sit back to back so that we can see every direction.
Yeah, that's good. Just try not to look anything in the eye, just in case.
Oh no.
Oh Christ. Oh
and
gee.
God.
Oh God.
Oh God.
he volunteers himself to go wake up Magda. He sort of goes over to her and very gently like taps on your arm. It's like, Magda.
What? Yeah.
Magda, there's things there. Shh. There's things in the fog. You need to wake up.
Okay. What things?
We don't know.
I'll get Christmas and Lorgan.
Yeah.
I'm just staring into the fog.
Make me a perception check.
Oh
I'm
no.
thinking about putting a leash on fucking Noah so he doesn't wander away.
That's a 2.
Another nat one. Oh.
Okay. As everybody else is like getting up and being caught up on what's going on.
I'm sorry, that's a 5.
That makes such a difference.
I know, but still.
As Noah is staring off into the fog, you see a shape. A small shape. Like a gnome-sized shape walking through the fog. And just the shape of this big poof of hair and the ears, you're like, that's Mom. And you can you all can hear her be like, Nikki, where are you?
Hey, we're over here. I think it might be you.
Noah,
Magda,
shut
like-
the fuck up.
Yeah, Magda goes over and like puts a hand on his shoulder and is like, "Do you really think that's your mom? She doesn't
It
know
looks
you.
just like her.
She doesn't know you're out here."
I should say, the rest of you see this figure as well.
As soon as I see it, which also, I want to paint a picture here because Christmas sleeps in a bedroll, but his clothes got fucked up. So at some point, he would have washed them and they would have been drying. So Christmas is shirtless right now, and he is covered in tattoos. Absolutely covered in them. And as soon as he sees that figure, fairy fire.
Ooh, okay. All right, that changes things.
Oh,
Let me double check on the details of fairy fire. Just one.
no. If you kill my
So it's
mom,
a-
I'm gonna be so upset.
So no, it doesn't do damage. It doesn't do damage.
no, I know.
No.
So
I know.
each object in a 20-foot cube within range, which it's a 60-foot range. So is it within 60 feet?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So 20-foot cube within the range of that creature outlined in violet light. They do have to make a dexterity saving throw to avoid that. If they fail, it's they're affected by that violet light for up to 1 minute concentration, and they shed dim light in a 10-foot radius. And if they fail, we also have advantage on attacks against them. And the DC is 15.
Okay, so it would reveal an invisible creature and it lights up, would light up any other creature. Got it. I was just double checking if it has any other effects. A dex save. That's a fail. So you see a gnome lit up in blues and greens as this almost like static cloud of fireflies just sort of clings around her. But yeah, you just see a gnome.
Foostrak pulls out his maul.
Oh God!
Oh no.
Oh
You kill
God!
my mom, I swear.
I'm not swinging it, I just have it ready.
Is are any of you trained in history?
Yes. I'm technically
Okay.
trained
No.
in everything.
No, I have
That's
advantage
fair.
on history.
I would say, where'd you get your advantage from?
It's from my blood hunter. Shit.
Okay. So, Magda, you would have credence to be able to roll for this. So, Magda and Christmas, go ahead and roll history checks.
Magda, not to ruin your steez, but isn't that only for specific things?
Yeah.
What's the specific?
No, I
do you
mean, like, you
mean?
only get advantage if it's in regards to specific things.
Let me see. Hold on. To recall information about fae, fiends, or undead.
Hold on.
I mean, we don't know if it is any of those, so...
That sounds like it's
But-
going to come in huge handy when it comes to this campaign. Also,
Well,
18.
I could probably still do it, like, if it reminds me of a fae, fiend, or undead, just to make sure it's
I'm
not-
gonna say you can roll history, but not with advantage.
Okay.
In 18.
Mostly because of where you're from. In an 18, okay.
15.
15, all right. Magda, as you're looking at this person thing, it scratches at something at the back of your mind that you're like, what the fuck is that? Like, this is not quite right, and I feel like I know what this should be. Christmas, being where you're from, which is not far from the shores of Amnoblin, you have heard tell of a creature that exists in Amnoblin, a type of person, technically, called a skinwalker.
I knew that's what it was.
Motherfuckers.
And skinwalkers are known for taking the shapes of animals But there are stories of them being able to tap into people's minds and take the form of someone they trust to lure them in. And as you stare at this figure, you realize the proportions are wrong. Her arms are just a little too long. Her legs are just a little too short. Her neck is too long. Her ears have almost these like furry tips to them. And you can see kind of reflected in the firelight, she is wearing these like big round glasses. But behind the glasses, you can see the reflection of like predator eyes.
Click, click, boom.
You gonna shoot it?
Yep.
Oh, Jesus
right.
Christ.
Go ahead and roll.
Man, I'm really glad that Foostrak didn't get this, because he'd have said Jasper, and he would have been real fucked up when he saw Jasper next to him.
24.
Yeah.
24? That'll definitely hit.
10 plus... No, not 10. 8 plus 11 points of damage.
Okay. The moment it clicks in your head, you're like, fucking Skinwalker, bam! You shoot it directly in the center of the chest, and all of you watch as this form sort of stretches and warps, and you see this tall, lanky figure form in the fog as it's turning at the same time, and it flees as fast as it can.
Do we all get a chance to take a shot at it?
If you have ranged weapons, you can get a chance to shoot at it if you choose, or you can chase it if you really want to.
Just so I have advantage because of fairy fire.
Yes, advantage with fairy fire.
I'm gonna take a shot because it's immediately like, oh my god, don't shoot my fuck, what is that? And then
First time Noah ever swears.
Yeah, like
Does the cross?
Oh my fuck!
Yeah, head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Yeah.
So I
Jesus.
That's a nat 20 for me.
Oh
yeah. And I think it's a D10. Yep. Oh my god, I rolled a 10, so that's 25 points of piercing damage.
Jesus Christ.
As it's turning, it's still sort of in place. You manage to shoot it like up under the ribs, and you know you're gonna hit some vital organs if you get in through that space. And you just hear this horrible strangled screech. It sounds not very human, or not very person.
That checks out.
I mean, technically they're cousins to the Elusir, so they still sound humanoid, but this sounds like a horrible warp of your mother's voice and like something out of a Jurassic Park movie.
Oh, cool.
It's bad. Does anybody else have a quick ranged attack that they can do or want to do?
Not in range.
Okay.
No, I could throw a hand axe, but I'm not wasting a hand axe.
Yeah. It flees into the distance, out of sight.
Okay. So, if
right.
anyone's family members decide to call out to them tonight, simply don't do anything.
Magda. No.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Magda's dad.
Yeah. He does not sound like that.
No, he has a similar accent to Magda. His is probably a little rougher, but yeah.
Just in the fog, like hello.
He's not fucking
Dick Van Dyke.
Dick Van Dyke wanders out of the fog at us.
Yeah.
He's way too lanky to be sneaking up on people in fog. He's a little too slender.
Fucking Slender Man.
God.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys, the valley falls quiet, except for the crackling of the fire.
I'm going back to bed.
I guess I'll finish my watch.
Jasper comes and sits with you for the rest of your watch.
Thanks.
Okay, just don't don't call out to skinwalkers anymore, please.
I mean, I wasn't gonna until it sounded like someone I knew.
I know, but if you meet someone in a place where you're not supposed to be meeting them, it's probably a skinwalker.
You know, that would explain a lot of things that have happened in my life.
He just sort of like leans on your side and just stares into the fog. But the rest of you are able to get back to sleep and get your long rest. And being that was close to the end of Noah's watch, Jasper will take the last for you. Okay. And eventually, you all are woken to a rather foggy dawn. Much, much worse than it was last night, to the point where you guys are maybe 50 feet away from the river. You can't see the river.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yes. This is misty. It's like a sauna. It's really hot.
Well,
it's like that song from The Hobbit.
Here, guys. Yeah. Oh, hey, those misty mountains.
This is a valley.
That's how that song goes.
Oh, hey, the misty mountains.
You know,
like
far
John
over Denver, misty mountains.
Oh my god. I think they had John Denver on the Muppets once.
They did.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's the final record.
All right. So, y'all wake up in the morning and get your shit together?
Do we wake up?
Yes, you do.
You've all been murdered.
The end.
Start putting away our invisible tent.
Yeah.
Yeah, just miming.
Mm-hmm.
Just taking the sticks apart. And you head out across the river. Being that you took the extra time to search for a shallow ford, I'm not going to make you roll to go across because it's calm here. And you start heading up the other side. For the sake of expediency, because I just wanted to fuck around with the skinwalker for a half second, being that it's so slow going, getting up the other side of the valley because it's even steeper, you guys have to take several breaks on like flat spots and outcroppings throughout the day. But thanks in part to the fact that you have mountain birds and the fact that you have a very skilled rock climber with you, Jasper, you are able to get up the other side without too much issue. And it is fairly close to sunset by the time you're actually able to get up to the other side, and within sight of the standing ring of stones, where the Earthblood Fountain is still there. If not for the fog, you guys would have seen the night before that the aurora was just blazing over top of you guys.
Ah, crap, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. But as the sun is getting low in the sky and you guys finally come up to the ridge and all your birds are fucking exhausted, you guys are exhausted. It's been a really hard day of climbing. You do see in the midst of this ring of stones, there are these spiked shards of crystal floating in midair, just sort of hovering within this ring of stones. And in the very center, there's a perfectly circular, almost like a giant marble of crystal just hovering, not supported by anything, and bubbling out of the earth in the center and actually going through this shaped like trough to let the lava out, is of course the lava coming up and sending the occasional extra shard into the air. All of the crystal shards are sort of this deep purple verging on black. And there's like little sparks flying occasionally, and the next thing you notice is that there is a person there, standing just outside of one of these stone archways, in sort of tattered, like patched but tattered brown robes, a rope sort of belt, a lot of implements on their waist, and you can see them standing there holding a book and writing.
Oh, hey there.
And they look up, and you all see it is a Geary person, sort of pale bluish skin. The hair is completely white, as is fairly common. They sort of go in shades of white to black. But they look over, you see this short, shorn hair, sort of a longer, slender face. This is appears to be female, Geary person. And she looks over at all of you and sort of raises an eyebrow and says, "Hello.
Oh, hi.
Did you all just come out of the valley?"
Yeah.
We did.
Oh, I hope you didn't have too much trouble down there.
We shot some things and,
I heard. I think the whole town heard.
Oh. The fish are good.
She actually laughs at that. And she starts walking over to you guys and sort of puts her book into a satchel along with her pen.
And we're back.
I hate all of you.
Wumpus.
Anyway.
Look, Matt Mercer has to deal with it from his group. You have to deal with it from us.
Yeah.
It's the plight
Oh
of
my
the
God.
long-suffering DM.
I've been watching episode 53. I finally got through it, but when they open that episode and they're like, we play Drago, and then Marisha's just like, woof, woof, woof. Everybody's like, what the fuck? Makes me laugh every time.
Anyway, yes, were we able to catch all the description of this person, or?
Just for safety, I would start with, they're 11 feet tall.
All right. Yeah, they're 11 feet tall. Pale blue skin, short white hair, female. And as she walks up to you guys and sort of puts her book away, you can see Christmas, you'll especially notice this, but sort of along this part of her face, there is a line of Thunar runes going down, and it extends down the side of her neck and under her robe. But she has just this very simple, almost monastic robe. She's like a cross away from a friar, basically. Very, very, very little like extra to her. But she comes and stands before you and sort of clasps her hands in front of her and says, are you all are not from around here, are you? And she glances down and sees Jasper and she says, except for you, my friend. And he nods.
Yeah, you are correct. Most of us are not from around these parts.
Now, and she looks over your group and she stops on Magda.
Oh no.
Says, you wouldn't happen to be Magda Wrenly, would you?
Oh fuck.
I am like very subtly taking hold of my Kusarigama like at my side. I was like, Who's asking?
Well, me.
And who are you?
Oh shit, I forgot to get a name for her.
Oh god.
Her name is, hold on, Norse names.
Norse name's
Yancy.
Freya.
Her name's not Freya.
It's Nancy with a J, so it's Nancy.
There's a chariot pulled by two cats back behind her.
Yeah.
She says, my name is Ira.
Okay, that means nothing to me. What do you want?
Well, that is pretty much the only name I have. I She chuckles. She says, "I work with Mr. Altera. We were told to expect you."
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. I guess it's me then. It's us. We're here.
Well, you're not quite there. And she turns and looks and, like, still half a day away. Mannaz in the distance. You can see you can see above the forest these occasional, like, pieces of what look to be a former wall and towers that are just crumbling. And you can just see the spire of some building off in the distance as well. She says, I'm just here, looking into this. And she gestures to the standing stone ring.
Have you found anything out about it?
Earthblood fountains are notoriously hard to understand. This one seems to be fairly a non-issue. I'm not sure quite what it's doing, but nothing has happened. This may just be one of the rare ones that just doesn't do anything.
Do you know what kind of magic it is? Or can you do any of that?
All Earthblood fountains they're not a school of magic. They are an expression of magic in its most natural form.
Have you tried touching it?
That is rarely a good idea.
Yeah, from experience, I can confirm that.
I'm sorry that you know that.
Oh, I died.
Oof,
but I got this
right.
cool tattoo, so...
Yeah, you sort of you do this magic sequin things where you just pull up your fur and just kind of see it under it. But she looking toward the ring, she says, it seems mostly to be just a how to explain it, an overflow. It happens occasionally.
Are there any small shards floating around?
Oh yeah, there are shards of all sizes.
Can I capture one in a flask? Just like...
You can try.
I don't know how fast they're moving.
Most of them are really not moving much, so just make me a sleight of hand.
Oh, I have to trick it?
No, you have to get it into... Sleight of hand is my stand-in for anything that takes,
gotcha.
hand-eye coordination.
Noah, what you doing over there?
22.
Oh boy.
Capturing it.
It's okay, I'm just gonna put a rock in a jar. It's fine, just boop.
It's a floating rock.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll be a floating jar.
From a thing that killed... He just said
That's
one of these
fine.
killed him. She just said don't touch it.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Admittedly, the one that killed me was largely fire-based.
It's lava. Is this one not fire-based?
I mean, it has lava. Earthblood fountains always come with lava. That's just a thing.
Yeah, it's like ordering a burger basket. You always get fries. Like it's
So Noah, you go
Or really shitty chips.
Yeah.
Taking one of your smaller vials and going for just this little quarter-sized shard. You lift you can't put it in the vial, so you pick up the vial beneath it and sort of slide it over and you cork it, and the moment you close the cork, it drops with about 100 pounds of weight, and it just hits the ground. If you try to hold on to it, it's going to carry your hand with it, but it's like putting... I don't know what the material is, but it's this high density metal.
I know what you're talking about, yeah.
But it just drops and it shatters the bottom of the vial.
She's like fucking Uru.
Osmium is the most dense.
Yeah, like a little marble of osmium is like insanely heavy. But when it hits the ground and shatters the vial, it starts floating again, just lower.
What the fuck?
And
that's kind of odd.
Ira's just standing there wide-eyed like, okay.
It doesn't look like we can take it.
She pulls her book out and writes down. You hear, like, note to self, don't try to take a shard.
I mean, honestly, with my experience in these things, I don't want to mess with, like, any of it.
You said the shard is floating lower now?
Yeah, it, almost touching the ground. Because that's where it is when it's shattered.
Is there anything I can determine off of this just by looking at it? Or, like, possibly doing, like, a detect magic? Because you said it's not going to show me a school of magic, but so detect seems kind of worthless.
You could potentially... What do you want to know?
Well, I mean, does it look dangerous? Is the color, giving me danger? Okay.
I mean, the color has nothing to do with it. This is an Earthblood Fountain. It is inherently dangerous.
There's got to be something.
Do you want to identify it?
I'd have to touch it.
That's true.
I'm going to look back up to Ira and be like, so have you identified any of these? Or, like, has anyone ever taken a piece and took a look at it afterwards?
Well, not from this particular fountain, but past fountains, yes. They're all a little bit different.
What? Sorry, I'm looking up something to see what I can do.
I mean, I could probably carry a piece, but...
The last thing that we need to have happen right now is you touching this.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that.
Question. So, you said that the crystals are like purple and black?
They are very dark purple to the point they almost look black.
Okay. I assume that's not the same kind of purple as the Phoenix scar glowed when I was hit with a fireball.
No, that was like an ultraviolet.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure before I was stupid and tried to see about a reaction.
Like the sun.
God damn it, there's got to be something.
What do you want to do?
I want to identify it, but I want to give myself advantage on the save. And I don't have anything to give myself advantage.
And we also don't know what the save will
be.
be.
A save.
Yeah.
Idea for that. So I suppose that this is a little bit of like maybe a teeny bit of metagaming given the conversation, but you could ask Foostrak to pull you away from it if something seems to go wrong.
That's true. Huh.
Do you trust the cow's reaction time?
I mean, why not, right? I will, I'm gonna
And this is how Ben's third character comes in the campaign?
Yep. No, this is fine. Whatever, I don't care. I'll just keep making new characters the whole time.
My God.
I'm gonna hand Foostrak a healing potion.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be like, so I'm just gonna, just in case, okay? And give me a hefty yank if something happens.
Yeah, I can do that.
All right, I will. I don't know if this is gonna help, but I'm gonna activate my Berserker earring, so I'm in a rage.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to drink my elixir, my experimental elixir.
Okay.
Because I'm just gonna do everything.
Real quick, You can't cast spells while you're raging.
You can't?
No.
No.
In case that messes up everything you wanted to just attempt.
Oh, when did that happen? I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, that's always been a thing with rage.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I will not rage then.
Good choice.
I did not know.
Just touches it anyway.
Yeah. And then I'm going to...
If I see you, like, go for that for a second, like, look like you're about to activate it, then what I will do is I will cast Enhance Ability on Noah.
Oh, thank you.
What I'll do, I don't have to use material components, but they're fun sometimes, so I'll just do it. Take my rapier, and I'm just going to walk by Foostrak and just take, like, a little swipe to get some hair. Just some minotaur hair. And then use that as the component, and it kind of like burns away, and I'll cast Bull's Strength on you. So
you're getting strength.
You have advantage on strength checks, and your carrying capacity doubles.
Okay. My potion gives me the power of flight, so now I can fly. That's not helpful for 10 minutes. So, I'm going to reach down and I'm going to cast Identify on this shard.
Give me a... What's your magic modifier is intelligence, right?
Yep.
Make me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a 19 plus 7, so 26.
26. Okay. That changes a couple things. Now... And
I can fly.
Roll me a percentile dice.
And you're very strong.
And I'm very strong.
You're basically a superhero right now.
Right, yeah.
But
I can only fly 10 feet at a time.
You're slow Superman.
73.
Okay.
Hunger of Hadar. Everybody's dead. Just like in the first campaign.
Okay. As you reach out and you're starting to cast Identify as you touch it, you all feel more than hear this as a shockwave emanates from one of these shards.
Oh boy.
As it rolls over all of you, nothing seems to change.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, that wasn't
the Identify.
Yes, information.
Magic item or some other magic imbued object. You learn its properties and how to use them. All right.
How to use it. Oh, I like that.
If it can be used, yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it requires attunement, how many charges it has, if any. Learn whether any spells are affecting them, what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn what spell created it. If you instead touch a creature, that doesn't matter. Okay. First of all, this is indeed a magic... it's technically not a magic-imbued object. It is physical, solidified magic.
It's materia.
Yes.
That's awesome.
The properties of this item are pure fucking chaos. Because magic and power is not good or bad or anything that you can put order to. It's just power and chaos. There is no school of magic because it is primordial. It is not... It's not necessarily an item you use. It is something that this one that you've just touched is now spent, but you understand about the other shards that when you touch them, a random magical effect will bloom off of them, and affect anyone within 60 feet.
Okay.
And you learn that this shard that you just activated just gave you all resistance to all forms of damage for the next minute.
Damn.
Oh boy.
This particular shard, after the identify information goes through your mind, it just drops harmlessly to the ground. All color and light gone.
I will put it in a flask.
Okay.
Is it still really heavy?
It is not.
I will put it in a flask.
In fact, it is nearly feather light.
Yeah, I'm gonna store it away. And then I'm also gonna give all that information to Ira and tell everybody that they're resistant to damage for the next minute.
She's writing furiously.
Earthblood. Sorry, I'm writing it down. Earthblood crystal.
You have discovered the wild magic Earthblood Fountain.
Oh boy.
Oh, Ben and wild magic is always.
Yeah, I know.
If you had rolled like 2 below what you got, y'all would have been poisoned for about 4 hours.
Great.
Oh, goddamn.
Okay, so this one looks like it's wild magic. There's yeah. I don't know if you can really take these anywhere. They're not really, you can't really use them for anything. Although I suppose if you drew people close enough, you could probably just keep activating them until stuff happened. Good talk, everybody.
when the fountain goes away, do the crystals go away or do the crystals stay?
Ira says, generally, whenever the fountain has sort of spent itself, everything it created goes away. The only thing that will be left is probably the line of obsidian down to the river, which the rain and wind and elements will break that up over time.
So even that piece that Noah just grabbed is probably not long for this plane.
Not likely. This fountain has been here for probably a week now, so it's probably almost done. I would expect it to disappear within the next couple of days.
Do we know what happens if you activate all the crystals?
I assume every possible thing that magic could do will happen, and that would be horrific.
But it's only got an area of 60 feet, so does anybody have, like...
That one had an area of 60 feet.
Oh.
Why do all of you want to die so bad?
I just want to know what it is.
Why am I getting limped in on this?
Yeah, Lorcan is like Lorcan is like standing next to Magda, like, yeah, what the fuck is wrong with all of you?
Just curious, I guess.
No,
you know what curiosity did?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Lorcan and I just kind of
Lorcan and Magda are just on the same wavelength.
Oh my god. Yeah, but curiosity brought that cat back to life.
No, that's not
what the saying is.
No, it literally is.
Satisfaction brought it back.
Oh, satisfaction brought it back. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, the curiosity being satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you know what else brings the cat back from the dead?
Revivify.
Yeah. And there's another cool
you
spell
really
that
aren't going to get to Mannaz today.
There's another cool spell I've heard of that can turn people into cats when you bring them back to life.
Great.
Ira, looking back at the fountain, she regards it for a moment and then looks at Noah and says, "Tell me if I'm wrong, but are you Noah Borago?"
Oh yeah, that's me, eh?
I thought so. Your parents are lovely people, but very stressful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have
you guys met
him,
have you guys met Wilbur?
The bird? Yes.
Yeah. Is he stressful?
No, I think he is just stressed.
That checks out. Maybe we should go see them. I don't know what else we're going to be able to do with this thing here.
I am on my way back to Mannaz now that I have all of my notes. I can take you to the road.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
All right.
we'd be happy to accompany you back.
Well, lovely. Let's go. And she puts her book back in her bag, and she leads you guys a little bit further west till you get to where an actual road cuts through the woods, and it sort of curves off further west, so you guys wouldn't have encountered it otherwise. But as you get there, it is getting pretty dark. Do you want to push on a few more hours to get to Mannaz in the dark? You'd probably get there around midnight. Or do you want to camp for the night?
Would we get to Mannaz and, we wouldn't get to the tower yet. We'd probably have to bunk down in, a tavern, yeah.
I mean, up to you guys.
I would prefer that we bunk down. After last night, I don't really want to take any chances of running into anything too squirrely out here.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Or run into anything too skinny.
And walkery.
And walkery.
Flash pedestrians.
We can push on a little bit.
Wait, did we not want to run into anything in the dark, or do we want to camp and
He was saying to get to Mannaz.
No, I was saying bunk
he was
down.
Not.
So you
I was confused.
So you want to stay overnight in the woods?
I would much prefer that to us wandering into something in the woods while we're trying to walk.
But you are on a road.
We're going to be in the woods longer then.
But at least we can pay extra careful attention to what's around us.
Sure.
Should we play rock, paper, shears?
I don't care. Magda doesn't care. She's like, whatever you want to do.
I'm just setting up the invisible tent again.
Okay. It's decided. All right, you all set up your camp. Ira doesn't really have that much with her. She does have like a bedroll that hangs off a leather strap on her belt. But otherwise, she doesn't travel with much. And she sets up her own little spot by herself near a tree. You guys are just next to the road, so you have a fair line of sight to the south and a bit to the west, thanks to the clearing. But anyway, for the sake of brevity, and because you're near a road where shit normally doesn't happen near the road, because that's really conspicuous, and you're out of the valley, nothing too worrisome happens during the night, though you do hear from Lorcan when he takes a watch that he heard voices in the woods far, far away, and he kind of woke up Jasper to be like, hey, will you sit up with me? But other than that, nothing crazy. Ira
With skinwalkers, isn't it the further away that you hear them, the closer they are, though?
That's not necessarily true.
Okay. That might be Wendigo that I'm thinking of.
I don't know.
I've never heard that before. For either. I don't know.
No, I don't know. But in the morning, Ira is up supremely early. She's one of them people. She kind of gets up with the sun and wakes you all up and says, all right, well, I'm headed off. If you all want to come with me, or if you need some more sleep, you're more than welcome to stay.
No, we should probably get going.
Yeah, let's go.
And you head south. Let me switch the map over to Mannaz.
Does she sing the whole way?
No.
Country
Yeah, just around the river bend.
Country road. No, I was thinking of Morning Person from the Shrek musical.
Oh.
Oh my!
Yeah.
So I have a book called "Gone to See the Riverman," and every time I can only think of that song, the "Just Around the River Bend."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the Riverman lives.
Yeah, but the Riverman is very different. It's apparently terrifying. But
so, you guys, coming down the south, slightly west turning road. The first thing that you can see up close of the small city, more actually medium town of Mannaz, is a gate. You did see in the distance the crumbling sort of walls and towers, but as you get closer, you see this large rectangular stone gate. What in the world, Ben?
Sorry, it's holding my pencil.
Okay. You just stuck it right in the middle.
I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
I'm keeping it.
This rectangular stone archway, rather, you can see like rust stains down the insides of the columns where hardware used to be, holding on the actual gates. But the entire gate is covered in reliefs and carvings depicting warriors and battle, and most notably these sort of what's the word, anthropomorphic bears holding axes and hammers, and men halfway through a change between man and bear, and at the very top of the gate you can see a statue standing over it, this humongous, super muscled woman with this long-handled maul in her hand, just gazing out over the forest. She is pretty much the only part of the gate that is not, worn down and ruined over probably centuries of weather. It looks like she's been kept up fairly well. But she's like in a sort of like sleeveless brigandine, long trousers, tall boots, has this sash around her waist, and you can, even though it's very high up, you do see the glint of gold on a medallion she's wearing, like a pale gold color. This is the Fjall Hammer Gate, Ira tells you guys. Foostrak, you will of course recognize all of this as symbology of Zerai. And probably Magda too, being where you're from. You're not too far away from Urskar, which is like the Zerai and Ursan place. But this looks like it used to be part of a pretty extensive sort of wall surrounding the city. And as you step through that gate, Ira directs your attention as you're coming down the first street, and you see like a stable and an inn right near the gate. She directs your attention to what used to be probably a chapel, which has a gigantic dragon skeleton.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I know you do.
Yeah.
It's
I remember
still
that.
there. A dragon skeleton that is just sort of stretched across the roof, and its head is impaled on the spire of the church. I shouldn't have said used to be a church, because it is still technically in use, just part of it's collapsed and old. But you do see people around it, people outside talking. I believe it's, when you arrive, it's Orn the 25th. So it's Hesperdane, which is essentially Sunday.
It'd be the 26th.
It would then be,
it
would be the first of the next month. There are only 25 days in a month.
Oh.
What's the next month?
The next month is Turin.
Thurin.
Yes. And today is Turin Dawn, which is, there's a holiday at the beginning of every single month. So it is Malindane as well, which is like Monday. I have a thing somewhere that tells me what's special about Turin Dawn. Gear calendar. Nope, it's just a day of rest. So yeah, everything is fairly chill as you guys come into this little town. The first thing you notice is that the people you pass by smile at you and wave.
Oh, God.
And are just really friendly.
Not again.
Oh, yeah. I remember we were all put off of that last time, too. We thought the town was haunted.
Yeah.
Foostrak is loving it.
Yeah, Noah is loving it, too. Noah's just like, oh, hey there, guy. Oh, hey, yeah, hi.
Yeah, especially as you pass by the temple, several people are gathered around there, and you see that there's like tables set up where it almost looks like a bake sale and like a cookout going on at the same
is
time.
There food for sale?
Well, as you walk past it, Ira steps over and you see her walk up to another Geary person, someone who looks strikingly similar to her but older. And she sort of leans in and speaks to them, and they nod and smile at your group and sort of beckon you over, speaking in Thunar, so some of you won't be able to understand him. And he says, come, eat.
I turn to Christmas and I'm like, they said we can eat if you'd like something.
Yeah, sure. Food.
Okay.
Yeah, and
do they have a tip jar?
there is a donation box for the temple.
Cool. I'll just pop like 10 gold in there.
Oh shit! All right.
For all of us eating.
Holy fuck! Yeah. As you put money into the box, some of the other people who are dressed similarly to Ira, like
I'll count it in Thunar, so I'll just be like uno, dos, tres.
It's not Spanish.
I know.
It would be closer to counted in German. So ein, zwei,
drei, vier,
fünf. I don't know how to count in German.
You did it backwards. Fear is 4 and fünf is 5.
Fünf, yeah. But yeah, you put that in the box, and several people are just like, holy shit. And they immediately just glom onto you, like, what can we get you? And they're like piling you with all kinds of food. And the rest of you are just sort of pulled into this small group of people, both people who work at the temple and people who are visiting, and they just give you whatever you want, basically.
I assume their reaction to Jasper is also like kind and courteous.
Oh yeah, they don't even look at him twice. They don't care. In fact, you see a couple other kobolds there, who are just sort of moving between the tables and like grabbing like a roll here and grabbing like a meat stick there. Seems to be
rolls and meat sticks.
There seems to be no issue.
Ye old breakfast.
I'm just pocketing bread for later. I'm not eating anything.
One of the older ladies here, an older dwarven woman, sees you doing that, Magda, and she walks up to you after a few minutes with like a little cloth wrapped bundle. And you can see inside of it is a small basket, and she hands it to you.
I will very hesitantly take it.
She's like, you can't just fill up on bread, dear.
It's fine.
You can, if you're shy about eating in front of people, you can save that for later.
Okay. How much is this? How much is it?
No.
Yeah.
And she pats your arm and walks away.
Oh. Ooh, human decency, ew.
Fucking edgelord.
So uncomfortable. So massively uncomfortable.
You guys see Jasper going between tables, and as he like picks out a few things, the other kobolds see him and they get really excited and they run over to him. And you see Jasper Jasper is obviously small compared to all of you, but he is small for a kobold. So the two of them are like a half foot taller than him. But they're just like on him immediately, just like rapid Thunar, just asking him like, who are you? Where are you from? Why'd you come here? Just pleased to see another kobold.
I'm still keeping like a slight eye on him because, like, yes, everyone is nice, but it's also like habit at this point, like making sure that he's okay.
But y'all gather up some food, and you can munch on it here, or you can eat as you walk, or whatever you want to do.
Let's eat and walk.
Okay.
We got some people to see.
Where would you guys like to head first?
Well, if the is the AMC office on the way to the tower? Because I would rather just
no.
Shit. Well, get
No.
The AMC office is up here.
Well.
You guys are on the street between Shorner and Old Mannaz, and of course Fallside. But yeah, as you you're not, shut up.
Well, I'm just like, where's the AMC office? And it says AMC office right there. I'm like, I'm so dumb.
As you guys head down the street, you do pass by this fairly large U-shaped building that's split into a few sections. The central section appears to be a sort of like community hall, and you can see over the door facing the street, sort of like Mrs. Lovett's shop style font, is Altera Hall.
Oh God.
Oh boy, they got buildings named after him.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you're rich and you live forever.
It's so weird. I'm so.
It is weird.
Like, yeah.
I'll kind of look at Ira and be like, so is he at the tower or is he in that hall?
Oh, the hall is just named after him. I think that must have been built in about 300 or something. But
he got right on that.
In 300, 100 years after
100
the
years
thing?
later.
Yeah, he got right on that.
No. She says he does come into town occasionally. He might be in town right now, but he is usually at the tower either taking care of whatever Master Arcanists do or teaching.
What does he teach?
He teaches two subjects sort of in tandem, history and magic.
You know, I guess it's easy to teach history when you've been alive forever.
Yeah, that's true.
You said that Ira has runes on the side of her face?
Yeah, they sort of follow this line.
Am I able... Well, I would assume if they're Thunar, I'm able to read them.
You are able to read the letters, but they don't say anything. They're magical, like arcane runes. They don't spell anything.
I would probably ask her about them, just out of curiosity.
Okay.
Because the Thunar runes doing magic is something that Foostrak's, like, he saw his mom do it, and like now he's seeing it here. Like, he's getting a little curious about it.
Okay. What do you say?
The runes on the side of your face, they don't really spell out some. Is that like some kind of like magic or warding or something like that?
They are, well, these ones are mostly decorative. These are, and she sort of turns her face, the side of her face toward you. She says, these are all 9 runes of the rune ring. And you can see there's Yara, Teresa's, Uru's, and so on. She says, these are more These are more decoration. I got these each time I visited one of the 9 towns. I had the next rune tattooed. She says, however, these, and she pulls up her big, like, billowy sleeves, and you see tattooed all the way down both of her arms, sort of anywhere she could reach, basically. There are runes that create sort of like shorthand spells, basically. And you see they're just everywhere. And some of them are decorated, some of them are plain. You see the more powerful ones are much more decorated, and some of them are even done in like metallic like colors. She says, these are my spell book.
Those are quite beautiful, if you don't mind me saying.
Oh, well, thank you. My father is quite the artist. And
do they remind me at all of Nora back in Turisaz, or the Giri that we ran into in Yera?
Giri that you ran into in Yera.
There was a Giri that was running the
yes,
fighting pit.
The fighting pit. He would have had a few tattoos of his own, but probably not magical in nature. Nora, on the other hand, you do remember seeing her hammer arm covered in runic symbols. You don't know if any of those are magic, though.
Doesn't my maul have runes on it, too?
Yes. Basically, every available bit of space on the maul head is covered in runes. Most of them are more symbolic. Like your hammer is not magical.
No.
Most of them are symbolic or historical, and then there's a line of text going down the handle that is an excerpt of a story about Zerai.
Okay.
DM.
Yes.
I have a question and then an observation.
Yes.
Are all of the spellbook tattoos, those are all in Thunar as well?
Yes. There is a little bit of more common arcane like laced in there, but it's primarily Thunar.
Okay, gotcha. I've just determined that the reason for some of Christmas's spells is that he has those Sylvan runes tattooed on his hands. And yeah. I love the idea of that being like a spell book thing now. So stealing that.
That's okay. Silas had that. Like after the end of the campaign, he had his spell book tattooed on himself.
Do
Magda
I recognize the art?
The art? I mean, it's sort of classic giantish style art.
Let me ask a different question.
Yeah.
Because she just mentioned that her father was quite the artist. So I'm assuming that's the tattoo artist. Do I recognize the artist?
Make me a history check.
Okay. 16 plus 2, 18.
The art style itself is not familiar to you.
Okay.
But some of the motifs and the structure of it is familiar to you, because similar structure, now that you have decided that some of your tattoos are indeed spells, some of the structure is similar to what you have, except of course yours is Sylvan.
Right. Okay.
There's similarities in the way that the spells are laid out or detailed with like elemental artwork around them. But Magda, you would recognize this style of tattooing. Noah may have seen something similar to this before, but Magda especially. This is a Giri tradition. It's one that they do share with other people, but it is mostly sort of a Giri thing, a holdover from their Jotnar ancestors, which is, when you're traveling in the blizzard and tundras and the Arctic and Antarctic, you want to go as lightly as possible because anything that slows you down can mean you'll die because you run out of shit. So a lot of Geary would inscribe their clothes and their own skin with things they needed to remember. It wasn't like you write your fucking grocery list on your arm, but like skalds, bards of the Geary would have poems inscribed on their arms and on their chest, but it would be upside down so they could look down and read it. They would have it, basically any available patch of skin that they could quick like pull up a sleeve or pant leg and look at it. Geary magicians mostly have their arms covered in these sort of runes, and they're most commonly used are at the tips of their fingers at their nail beds.
Yeah, that sounds like
you suffer for the arts.
Are they like ink tattoo, like ink and needle, or is it like scar? Or
it's mostly needle, though there is some scarification to the more intricate ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Lord. Yeah. But she continues leading you down to. She's going to show you how to get to the tower. She leads you down through Fallside and to a number of docks set up at the edge of this large, this area over here with the lines. This entire area is like orchards and gardens and sort of greenery and permaculture. But she brings you to these docks and you see that there are a fair number of like small sailboats there that are sort of tied up, and you can see far out into the lake there is a very large island comparably to the lake itself, and standing out from the sort of southern central part of the island atop a large sort of rocky rise is this beautiful dark tower just extending into the sky. And the island itself is covered in frost apple trees, and you can just make out like gardens out there, but you can't, it's far enough away that you can't make out a lot of detail. And there is a dock coming off the island. Says,
are one of those frost apple trees much bigger than the rest?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
There's sort of like a mama frost apple tree over all the others. But she just gestures broadly to the island. She says, these boats are kept here for anyone to use whenever they need to go out there. Just make sure you tie them back up when you're done. And whenever you're ready to cross, you are free to go. He's expecting you.
Don't we need to take our Kiri to the AMC office?
Your Kiyotori?
Yes.
You were asked to leave them with the AMC. Yes.
We will eventually.
Yeah, I was about to say, it depends on what we want to do. Do we want to talk to Alistair first, or do we want to go to the AMC office? But, I mean, we're already here.
Wait, what are the size of these boats?
These sailboats could probably... They're like very, very small long ships, so they can probably fit all of you in one.
And our Kiyotori.
No.
Yeah, no, those we need to bring those back.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you'd be lucky if you
just
got
before we
two
forget
of
them.
Yeah. Two of them and a pilot in there.
Run
and then
away,
they'd get smacked out of the boat by the fucking mast going back and forth.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna pull a Sinead and just they'll run off. And,
Yeah.
And
I
then
have not
leave them on the
forgotten
other side.
Sinead.
And then we get a bill from Leon Veneer saying, you have to pay for these birds, motherfucker.
Yeah, they're
I hope
expensive as
Sinead has
shit.
become an eldritch terror.
Yes.
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure the way it works is I can just dismount, leave it here, travel 200 miles away, but if I whistle, it's just summoned to like
That's
20
how that works.
feet.
Oh,
It
yeah,
doesn't work that way in Skyrim.
That's true. That's
You have
true.
to fast travel to get them in Skyrim.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ira turns to all of you and says, "Well, I have a few things to get done before class starts today. Or, wait, no, I have a few things to get. Sorry, she's not the assistant teacher. I'm thinking of a different person. She says, I have a few things to do for the temple today. If you need any help with anything that Mr. Altera cannot help with, I am usually at the Dragonbane Temple or Altera Hall.
Okay.
Right.
Enjoy yourselves. Please try not to cause any trouble. And have a good time."
Thanks.
And she wanders back away.
Okay.
Okay, let's
we're-
take these birds
bring
back.
the birds back. Okay.
All right. You haul off back down Fallside. You turn at Altera Hall and you enter the Shorner Market. There are like signposts everywhere, so you can kind of figure out where you're going. And as you get into the market with these birds, a lot of people like stop and stare at them and like smile and are like, "Whoa, wow!" They don't see a lot of those out here. This is not a frontier town necessarily, but it is very removed from everything. And as you get further up the street, you see the AMC office is on the corner of the sort of fork here in Shorner. This particular office... Where's my phone? This particular office is a little smaller than the ones you're used to, but still has the same basic setup of like a front area with seating and a secretary. And then it has back offices and sort of a kitchen off to the side. But the additional thing you notice is directly next to it, there is a very small barrack that is labeled, currently looks like it's being used as a boarding house, but it is labeled as a Legion barrack. There don't seem to be many, if any, Legionnaires here currently, though.
Question.
Yes.
Because I know this campaign is kind of like a little Wild Westy vibe.
A little bit.
Are there bounties posted at AMC offices?
I'm so glad you asked.
Oh no.
Because as you get there,
All of us have a bounty.
No.
as you get there, you see, not outside the building, but just inside, you can see it through the window. There is a board on the wall that has a number of sheets of paper up, but one that catches your eye is a wanted poster.
Yeah, this is just gonna be a new thing everywhere we go now. I'm gonna
All right.
check the bounty posters immediately.
I will start writing more of them.
Okay.
I mean, if it gets us money.
That's not why I'm checking them, but yeah, that's...
Are you looking for your face?
Nope. Well, yes. I'm also looking for names.
Do you guys approach the office, and you do see there is a stable next door, if you want to take your birds over there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll do that before.
Yeah, as you go over to this stable that is clearly attached to the AMC office, you see there's a group of people inside, like four people. One slightly older man, kind of pudgy, but looks like he knows a good day's work. And he has like 3 teenagers with him. Don't kill them, Magda.
Oh my god.
Two,
Well, don't get your ass kicked by the Magda.
two like older girls, maybe 16 or 17, and then like a 12-year-old boy, they're all just kind of talking, and he's giving them directions and like sending them to like brush horses and feed and water. And as you guys step up, he glances up and he points to one of the girls, and she comes out, this very lovely, but a little bit like lovely but plain. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like she's not trying to pretty herself up. She's just kind of pretty on her own. This young half elf comes out, like a leather, almost like a cowboy's leather vest, and then a button-down shirt, dark pants. Steps out and says, "Hi, can I help you?"
Yeah, we're returning these.
Oh, you must be from Miss Brom. Yes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
we've been expecting you. And she comes up and just starts taking the reins of all 6 birds, like completely confidently. And she brings them up and sort of hitches them outside so they can take them in one by one. She checks like their saddlebags and everything, makes sure there's nothing left behind. And she comes out to you guys and says, so then, who is Magda Wrenly?
That's...
You have a letter waiting for you inside.
Oh, good. All right.
But we'll take care of these, and make sure that they get back home. Thank you.
Yeah,
And she
thanks.
heads back in. In the office, as you guys step in, it's a little over decorated, but like with a lot of like heavy wooden furniture, like stuff that'll last. A lot of like over dyed fabrics and overstuffed cushions, and it's very like old German grandma's house.
Mm-hmm.
And you see sitting behind the secretary's desk is another geary person. She's dressed in more Constantinian fashion with like the nicer Edwardian / Victorian like combinations of clothes. She has a set of glasses on, and she's like every other secretary you've met. She's just tip-tapping away at an auto writer. But she
nails
has,
are too long, so she uses the flats of her fingers.
She has significantly more like presence than the other secretaries you've met. And you see there's a little like placard on her desk that says Elda Court's daughter. And she glances up as you all step in. She says, "Good morning.
Oh, hi.
Oh, I think I know who you are. Miss Wrenly, yes?"
Apparently everyone does. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Oh, we were told to expect you.
I think the hat gives it away.
Yeah, the
Just make
Or the all black
the
clothes.
pirate assassin.
All right.
She
The
says,
Vader mask.
honestly, I was told to expect the hat and the mask, yes. But she reaches into a box under sort of the lip of the desk, and she pulls out a little bit like thicker envelope, and she puts it down on the top of the desk. It is addressed to you, and the return address is for Lieutenant Tom in Turisaz.
Gotcha.
Oh, I was going to message him.
Right. Anything else? That's it?
And she glances through. She says, well, I do see some of your companions are also members of the AMC. We do have a copy of the Marrow Courier for anyone who would like one. I believe there's a copy in your letter as well. The lieutenant would be keeping you up to date.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. Yeah, I will just open up the letter and start casually reading over it.
Are any of you interested in this Marrow Courier? It is
What
a
is that?
newsletter.
It's like the newsletter. They sent it out earlier in the group chat. this week.
I don't think I sent it to everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't read it. So can you relink it to me and I will read it?
Sure.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I don't actually remember this.
Wanderlust. Where is it?
I did read the part about Assholes Incorporated. Oh, Jasper's journal. Okay. Man, I've missed so much in the past 24 hours.
Yeah.
I do things. I'm sorry.
I do too, but I also do this.
How dare you?
I know.
Oh, there's the link. Yeah,
so the rough gist of it is there is a message from Jiang Yuna, who is the director of the AMC. There are notable rank awards from the past year, which are platinum, gold, and silver ranked members who have just earned their new rank. There are a few articles. One is Andalir, named new capital of Hesperian Empire. This is in Authedriel, just so y'all know. Andalir is, if you remember Ben and Magda, Ben and Ash.
Yeah.
Andalir is the city where Andalir Queen's Academy was that Justine went to. It is the capital of Authedriel and now the Empire under Emperor Venwir Sarlassian the 21st. Second article is Dragon's Roost north of Constanos, saying that Zedthala the Ember Warden and Phalanx the Winter Herald have returned to Constanos and have been talking with Highgraver Armin Kestrel, also known as the Bearer of Sonering, and have gotten their mountain back that they previously left after their children were killed. It's been a long time, so they've decided to come back. There's also a section in there that talks about them recognizing the statue and tree. The last one is tensions with Glacier Watch rise.
Yeah, I was just reading that.
General Sokolov claims responsibility for death of decorated GWC captain, in which Magda is mentioned, but not by name, because Tom wanted to keep her anonymous, assuming that's what she would have wanted. But basically saying Sokolov got in some trouble, but also the Master General of the GWC is like, good, there's a problem happening. And that's the gist of it.
I like that. I love that they're like, oh, the dragons from Silas's books are real. It's like,
yeah.
And then both Kit and Kenna are like, yeah, like those books don't really, those books are humble kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. That Silas was a little too humble about some of it. But yeah, so these dragons now technically citizens of Constanos.
Aww.
And hopefully they have some baby dragons.
I was talking about that with Ash, that there might be little pink babies.
Little pink, they're pink because they're red and white.
Yeah, they'll mature into one color or the other, because I think an ice and fire dragon would just puke water.
Yeah.
No, it would be very hot water.
Yeah, it would be boiling water.
Boiling water.
Hey, you know what? That
honestly,
actually,
steam.
yeah.
Steam burns?
Steam dragon? I'm gonna write that down. Hold on. It's my idea. I'm stealing it.
It's my idea. I'm stealing it.
Y'all heard it here first. I said it.
You know what? That actually would be a really good homebrew to add on to. It's just bronze
I'm about to
dragons. Just bronze dragons. They already breathe lightning.
Oh yeah, because they're like steampunky.
Well, no, they're all underwater.
Oh.
Bronze dragons are the coastal ones, and they breathe lightning, and they breathe underwater. So combine those two things, and you're definitely going to get some steam.
Or just electrocute everybody in the ocean.
Right. Or that.
They're just like, I want to eat a fish. And they all just float to the surface.
Right.
But yeah.
As everyone's reading their stuff, Magda just kind of like increasing, like, I've already read this letter. So
I knew it was long, so I sent it to you.
It's just kind of like reading it and like getting more and more like concerned and like just looks a little like like as she's reading it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, her letter is significantly longer than just the Marrow Courier. Mm-hmm. Christmas, the bounty. Did I share the bounty with you guys?
Sure did.
No.
Okay,
nope.
Well, yeah. I fucking got a roller coaster for you.
Oh boy.
I thought you did.
I'll actually read it for the sake of the stream. This is marked with, of course, the AMC crest at the top, and it has a warning on it. It says, for AMC mercenaries, roving marshals, which you guys know are part of the Wardens, and chasers only. Inexperienced bounty hunters are requested not to pursue due to immense physical danger.
Oh, God.
Under the crest, it says, by request of the city of Constanos, the Atlaran Mercenary Company and the White Warden Guild, which is the current name for the Wardens Guild, P.S., it has changed, are seeking able-bodied mercenaries for the following contract, which will be updated as more information arises. Wanted alive, the Quarry Butcher of Constanos. The Braven Council of Constanos has issued a warrant for the arrest of an individual accused of serial murder in the Guild Walk Ward of Constanos. These murders have taken place over the course of several months, connected to a rise in high-value thefts, heists, and smuggling. The Quarry Butcher, so named for dumping highly brutalized victims' bodies in the Quarry Lake of Constanos, is mostly unknown to authorities. 2 survivors of their vicious attacks have confirmed these details about them. Human, assumed male between 40 to 50 years, medium length, dark hair with gray streaks, full beard, dark eyes, at least 6'2". Surviving victims described Butcher's voice as very low, capable of speaking Common, Sylvan, and Elvish, and noted that his cohorts wore specifically green kerchiefs over their faces, but the Butcher rarely covered his face. One victim noted that the Butcher was very particular about drinking White Mark Alvarium whiskey, made only in Sotiri. Both survivors noted he frequently wore a tall-collared, faded red duster coat and kept a possibly dire or partly dire dog resembling a Rottweiler, possibly named Volg. This Butcher is accused of between 15 to 30 murders. All of the victims confidently attributed to the Butcher by local authorities are noted to have been tourists or visitors to Constanos. None of the identified victims were from Constanos, but most from somewhere in Garrett Aldathos. The Butcher is also believed to be a serial smuggler and thief, and potentially the leader of his own gang. Butcher is currently believed to have left Constanos after an abrupt end to his murder spree. This was somewhat confirmed by one of the survivors who overheard gang members talking about tracking him eastward, a currently unknown male. Therefore, the Butcher may appear in southern Iroquois, southern Caladros, Frosthold, or even possibly Third Greer.
Oh, great.
The Butcher is indescribably dangerous, considering his record, and, hold on, let me finish it, known to wield blade and magic with equal mastery. It is unknown what he is seeking, but it is clear he is unworried about the lives he ruins in his wake. Extreme caution is advised, and his contract is recommended for rank 4 and above. That would be steel, silver, gold, and platinum ranks, P.S. The Butcher must be arrested alive and turned in at the nearest Atlaran Mercenary Company warden or local guard office. A reward for a suspect matching the given description will be granted, and a greater reward will be paid by Vodro Post to the contractor if and when the Butcher is identified. Additional rewards may be granted for the arrests of his cohorts. 100 platinum is to be granted to the arresting party upon the receipt of a suspect, if he indeed matches the description, and there is there's sufficient belief that he could be the Butcher, and an undisclosed much larger reward once his identity is confirmed. Smaller rewards are available for information. You can contact AMC contract officers, warden scribes, and actually the Guild of the Gate if you so choose. Non-AMC mercenaries, roving marshals, or chasers need not apply.
Have
Christmas.
I ever found a...
Roll me a history check.
Okay.
Oh boy.
God damn it.
Ooh, not good. 5.
5?
Yep.
Reading over the description of the person, you don't have a face in your head, but God, does it sound familiar.
I actually have a very specific question about this.
Yes.
Have I ever found a green handkerchief in my belongings?
Why, you have.
Okay. Keeping that to myself.
Yeah, I definitely had that thought.
Keeping that to myself.
Yeah. You probably had a couple.
What? Wait, your coat is...
His coat is green, yeah, but
Okay.
That's not, yeah.
everything about him is like green and pink.
Yeah,
so.
there's like
That's true.
green, purple, gold. Yeah.
You're Piccolo.
Basically.
I don't know about that. I have hair.
Not quite that garish.
No.
But yeah.
Interesting.
You all have a chance to look over the courier and the bounty if you so choose, while Magda is reading her significantly longer letter.
With a look of abject terror on her face from what it sounds like.
It's not abject terror. It's just kind of like, oh. Like,
yeah,
she's engaged. Let's just say.
I am gonna approach the person working here.
Okay. Let's pause there.
Yeah.
Because we're late for break.
Yes, please.
We'll be back at 1:40.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Wumpus.
God fucking damn it. Every time.
I didn't even mean to do it that time.
Wumpus.
Jesus. All right. Yeah, that the stream caught that just perfectly.
Awesome.
All right. Hello, y'all. Welcome back. Let's get back into this shit. Christmas, you was gonna ask me a question.
I was gonna ask the person working here a question.
Yes, Miss Elda.
Can I actually like pull the bounty down off the board?
You can.
Okay. I will.
It's rude.
I'm gonna do that. I'll put it back.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring it over. This seems to be a seems like a not very fun situation.
And she's like watching all of you as you're going over your things. So when you approach her, she gives you her full attention. She says, no, that is a pretty high level bounty. Are you with the Atlaran Mercenary Company?
No, I'm not, but my associates here are all members. I am simply in their company.
How can I help?
Well, the only question I really have here is it mentions that there are some survivors.
Yes.
Is that information that we are able to access, or that my friends are able to access here to see who they are, if they are willing to give up that information?
There is some information available about the survivors, but it is on... We would only offer that information to one of our own number or similar who have plenty of experience under their belt showing that we can trust them with that. I hope you understand that in this situation, they're kept mostly anonymous because of the danger telling about this person has put them in.
Of course, anonymity can be the best safeguard that some of us have.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your time. Christmas is the big bad.
No, we already know it's Ember.
Yep.
Maybe.
Joke's on you. Christmas is Ember. He's just got different clothes on now.
Oh,
They do have the same accent.
it's similar,
It's true.
yeah.
Yeah, one is significantly more like plantation money, and the other one is just Georgia. I say.
Foostrak's gonna look at Magda, considering her reaction to reading this, and just be like, everything okay over there?
What?
Everything okay?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'll fold up the letter and like put it in my coat. It was just Lieutenant Tom giving me an update about stuff that Kenturi says. It's fine.
Your face did not exactly allude to things being fine.
Foostrak, if it had anything to do with you, I would let you know, okay?
As she's chomping on bread underneath her mask.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Just pulls it out, slides a breadstick in, and it just slowly lowers as she eats it.
Oh my god.
Just hear crunching, and it just gets shorter.
Like a wood chipper.
It's like when you hand a horse a carrot, and somehow it never falls out of their mouth.
Like Foostrak just like kind of like slightly narrows his eyes a little bit and just goes, "All right, but you know, I trust you."
Good.
And then I'm gonna walk over to the Geary woman as well.
Mm-hmm. And she looks up.
Just a couple of questions. I was wondering if you might be able to send a message for me if you have that ability.
Of course, I can do that for you. Are you a member of the AMC?
I flash one of my leather wraps on my arms, and it has my badge attached to it.
Okay. And she takes out a piece of paper and puts it into her auto writer and says, "All right, your name."
Foostrak Wildborn.
Tip, tip, tap, tip, tap. She's like,
I saw that smile.
And who are we sending to?
Rayoru Wildborn.
Tip, tap, tip, tap. And yeah, she'll take down your message. What do you want to send?
Arrived in Mannaz. Hope you are safe. That's it.
Okay. So it's a note, less than a letter. She types that out and puts it into an envelope and puts all the information on it. She says, would you like me to drop this in the post, or did you want to Vodro post this?
Oh, I was thinking like the spell message.
Oh, you want to send?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, sorry, I misunderstood what you wanted.
No, it's okay.
She'll still take it down so she has like all the information correct. But once she has all of it, she pulls the page out of the typewriter, and you see her start drawing more common rune or more Thunar runes into the air. You actually see that on the pads of her fingers, she has the runes for this spell because she uses it constantly. And as she draws that into the air with this very fluid practice motion, she speaks the message through and waits for a moment. And she says that she is headed north toward Port Magnus soon. And should you want to visit her, you will find her in Kalukar Harbor in Garlshell. She also says that she loves you and she misses you. A family member who loves me. Oh,
exactly.
Same.
what was the
It's supposed to be funny.
What am I? Chop
yes.
What was the name of that inn again?
No, Calicar Harbor.
Oh yeah.
KALAU hyphen KAR Harbor.
Yeah, it's Bull's.
Isn't that where Bull's from? Yeah.
That's where Bull's from. That's where the Tala and the Urikala fighters are.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
Awesome.
That explains a lot.
Mm-hmm.
One last question, and I'll be out of your hair, I promise.
I have literally all day. This is my job.
We had another member of our group at one point, and he left. Said they was heading over around this way. Name was Ember. He may have been
Oh no.
carrying either a big egg or a weird looking chicken.
She like almost snorts, and she's like, I can check in on that for you.
I have a question for Foostrak.
You can chicken on that for him?
Foostrak,
Yeah.
do you consider what you currently have on your chest to be a phoenix tattoo or a chicken tattoo?
Well, so he knows it's a phoenix, but he also doesn't know what a baby phoenix would look like,
Okay.
and he did not actually see Kai. He was still unconscious, so
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
didn't
the biggest thing that he could think of was just a weird ass chicken.
It kind of, I'd imagine baby phoenixes look like compies. Like from Jurassic World. Or
Yeah.
Jurassic World, Lost World.
I mean, 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah.
She writes on the end of your sending. She writes a little note for herself. Says Ember, weird chicken or egg. She's trying not to laugh. She says, "Is there any other information you can give me about this person in case we can't find him by name?"
It's a little standoffish.
You know you're in
I-
Frosthold, right?
That's very fair. I give her like a physical description of him,
And she takes all that down.
and that's about it.
Yeah, she says, I will see if we have anything about this person, and if we don't, I will check with some of the other offices around this part of the continent.
So you
I
haven't
will-
seen him come in?
No, not here.
Well, shit. Well,
I can
I,
certainly send you a message if I hear anything.
I would appreciate that. I wouldn't mind running into him at some point.
Foostrak, don't worry about that. I think Lieutenant Tom said that he has gone another direction. That was part of what was in my letter.
Lieutenant Tom in Tori's house?
Yes.
Do you know where this person was seen or went?
I'm gonna open back up the letter. Well, I actually opened back up the letter. When you mentioned Ember, I was like, oh, yeah.
Quick Control F for Ember.
Hold on. Where is it?
I mean, literally a Control F would serve you very well, but...
Looks like... Well, no, I had to actually open up the letter. It looks like he said that Bobend or Urus.
Urus,
Um,
yes.
Uwoos.
Whoa! Fuck you all.
You walk into Uwoos and they're like, hello?
I fucking made that a card for... I made that a card for Cards Against Humanity now. It's one of the black cards, and it says, "What makes me ooh-woo?"
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
Yeah, it looks like the Blue Shore actually saw him come through. So he's probably going more toward the west side.
Hmm.
So.
Well, that is...
West side?
God damn it. That is a little disappointing, if I'm honest.
And who gives a shit?
Wow.
She didn't like Ember, and he was the asshole, so...
Well, I understand he wasn't exactly close with us, but I feel that I owe him an apology.
You don't know him anything, Foostrak.
Well, his bird is the only reason I'm walking. So.
Yeah, well, that wasn't your fault, now was it? It seems like it was the bird's choice.
It was, but he was pretty upset about it. God fucking damn it. Just Ben with all the little snarky comments.
It's what he's best at.
I have very few talents in this world, you guys. Like, that's the big one.
I'm enjoying it, but it's like, fuck.
Yeah. So, I don't know, maybe if we end up going to Uruz, then we'll run into him, but whatever.
Well, that's all that I came here for, apparently. So,
Elda says, "I will send a message over that way, and if they hear anything, they will let me know."
I also would like to send a message if I could.
Christmas had a thing.
Oh, whoops.
No, I just was gonna interject into the awkward silence that just occurred there. But Magda, you go ahead, and then I'd like to speak to you after you do this.
You'd like to speak to me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, if you could send a message to Helena Braun. I asked her about one of the excavators in Andalir. I wondered if she had gotten any additional information about him.
All right. And she casts sending once more, speaking without sound to Helena. And after a moment, she says, she has received some information, but she is still gathering. But she hopes to have a proper sort of, for lack of a better word, report for you by the end of the week.
Okay, just tell her to send it here then.
Yeah. She sends that as well. But once that's done, she looks over all and says, "Anything else I can help with? If any of you are of sufficient rank, or you think you are experienced enough to pursue that bounty, the sergeant is in her office, but that is, of course, up to you."
I'm gonna hand the posting to Magda, the bounty, and just very pointedly, this might be something worth looking into for us.
I mean, it is a good bounty, but I'm not high enough ranked for that. I'm only bronze.
It seems like they know you quite well and trust you. It might be a good advancement opportunity for you.
Elda is just watching this.
I will see after we get all this stuff sorted out with Alistair. We'll see.
Okay, are you guys ready for some treats?
Before we do that, quick question, Taiylor. I'm so sorry, guys.
No, it's okay.
The Mega Puma hide
Mega Puma
was supposed to take a week. I think it's been a week now since I gave it to them on the 20th of Orin 20, and now it's Thurin 1.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be Vodra posted to me.
Yep.
That means it'll just hit you in the face.
Yeah.
When it's done.
Wackus bonkus.
Don't worry, I'm aware.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure because a week I forgot about it at one point until a moment ago. So.
It's coming. Don't worry.
Is everybody
okay?
Everybody ready to go to the tower?
Actually, I just have a general question, just a
Yes.
point of
I
curiosity.
will put you in the ground, sir.
Christmas ain't coming this year.
Christmas ain't never gonna come again.
He's because I'm gonna shoot his dick off.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes, Zach. Yes.
It just when I said it's a general question, but this is him asking the person. Vodra Post. Is there a way to see where or who a letter comes from? A way to track that?
Yes, if you have received a letter, I can track back personal letters, but I can't track back other letters for you.
What?
You know, privacy and all that.
Wait, I'm sorry. You can track.
She's
personal letters?
saying, okay, you know how you can't cash a check with another person's name on it?
Yeah.
She can't track a letter that is not addressed to you,
Oh.
but she can track your letters.
I wonder if you might be willing to do that here for me. Tell me either who this is from or where it's from. It's addressed to me, but I can't make a whole lot of sense of it. And I'll hand her the letter.
Okay. And she takes it, and instead of like casting a spell in front of you, because you have had this like detect magic before. I don't know if Noah identified it.
No.
But she takes it and she reaches down and opens a drawer, and she keeps going. She actually pulls the drawer out and sets it on the desk, and you see the inside of it has this circle carved into it, just full of runes from several different schools of magic. And she sets the letter and envelope in the middle of it and gives it a tap. And you see her eyes flash silver. She says,
She's got a magical filing cabinet.
she has a magical version of a Rolodex.
Only available at Skillcase.
Hell yeah. But as her eyes flash silver, she says, this was sent from the Awa's post office. And this was written by... Hold on, let me check a thing.
That was the town we were in.
Yes, it was. This was written by, obviously by hand, of course, by Sala Narendil.
Can I get the spelling of the last name?
Narendil.
Does that last name mean anything to me?
No, but I think SN does.
Oh, it sure does. Yeah.
No, you
As
do not
does
remember
the first
last
name. Yeah.
You do not remember the last name.
Okay.
But that's kind of par for the course at this point.
Huh.
Was this said out loud, or was this...
I mean, she said it to Christmas.
Okay.
Yep, that was said out loud.
Yep, Sala Narendil.
It's like you're Indiana Jones. Because of his buddy Sala from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Oh, she's named after an actor, a stuntman from Lord of the Rings.
Huh, dope.
Yeah, Sala. He was the he's a Kiwi who did all of the major villains. He was like the Urukai leader. He was the big goblin dude with like the fucked up face. He was all of them.
The Witch King. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the Witch King of Angmar.
Yep.
He fucked up that girl with his mace.
Yeah.
But it also fucked him up, so you know.
And that name doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
Make a history check. Anyone can if they want to.
I don't know that name.
I don't suppose I'd
It's like,
be able to get advantage.
I want sweets. I don't know anything except.
I don't know
hunger
anything.
for
I just want to go.
Would Lorcan know it potentially, given like Christmas's connection with the Feywild?
Well, that's what I'm wondering too, because I can get advantage on Fey, Fiends, or Undead. So if it's Fey,
you would not get advantage on this.
damn it. Okay, well, 11.
Do elves count? No, elves don't count as Fey. They're because they only have like Fey lineage. They're not actually Fey themselves. What was yours? Sorry, man.
11.
11. Actually, Christmas, give me a history check too, because there's a potential you've heard the name since the shit.
18.
18. All right. You guys also see Lorcan kind of furrow his brows. Like, why does that sound familiar? Christmas, you have heard the name Narendil. Not the full name Sala Narendil, but you have heard Narendil mentioned actually on a bounty poster previously. It was a very minor bounty, just like, serial thief wanted, capture alive. They did not have the first name, but they did know that the last name was Narendil. And actually, since you saw that bounty poster, it was a while back, you would have a description of the person as well. They're described as female, elf, possibly wood elf, long black hair, both sides shaved, golden eyes, typically wearing browns and greens. Oh, and there is also a note that she has a chin tattoo, and she has writing in an unknown language over one eyebrow that extends down to the side of her face in blue ink.
One down.
4 to go.
9 to go.
9? Yeah. Who are the other 5? Or 4? What?
Oh, every set of initials got copied down.
I don't know who the other ones are. All right. Okay. You may have to share your notes with me because there may be some confusion there. But yeah, that's what you get. And Elda hands you back the letter.
Thank you.
Right?
We should probably get going now.
Probably.
Noah does look like he's about to spontaneously combust.
He's just sitting there vibrating. Like, I need my sugar. I'm out of
Can we fucking go?
I'm dead.
Mom hasn't sent me any. Ah!
All right.
Yeah, y'all head out of the AMC office, and
as we walk back, I'm like looking at Lorcan like every once in a while, trying not to like get his attention or anything like that, but like
make a stealth check.
Oh god. Ooh, nat 20, 24.
Nat 20.
Yeah.
24.
Yeah.
So I believe
Dex is higher.
Well, they're
Dex.
It's meets beats. So
yeah.
Meets beats with the challenger. So who is the challenger in this situation?
Well, what would he
It'd
be
be
challenging?
him because he's trying to perceive me.
We're going with his perception. So he is trying to perceive her staring at him. So I think he's the challenger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'd agree.
He notices.
Okay.
As you guys are walking and you're like occasionally looking over at him, being really like nobody else notices.
Mm-hmm.
But Lorcan being so scared of shit that could happen, like even though he doesn't always outwardly show it, he notices. He catches your eye one time when you look at him and he's just looking at you like, what?
Just look down.
Can I help you, Miss Wrenly?
Nope.
And he like feels his hair, like trying to see if there's anything like attached to me. And he just keeps going.
Yep.
Okay. guys head down to the docks at Gungnir Lake. And you grab a boat.
We're sailing.
Just for the fuck of it, somebody give me a survival check who thinks they can sail.
I feel
have
confident.
pretty good survival.
Magda it is.
Go, Magda.
Oh wait, do you feel confident? Sorry,
I feel confident, but my survival is not good.
Oh,
Go,
okay.
Magda.
Magda, or
Go.
Noah feels confident about everything.
Oh,
Yes.
well, yeah. Let me see. 18.
18, okay. You guys all get into the boat, and Magda, who lives on a continent that is
She's a
indeed
pirate.
known,
Yeah.
on a continent that is known for its river-faring longships, you just grab the rudder and you just sort of lean on it with one arm, and as you guys push off, fueled by, you guys have to have oars to get across the lake or get away from the dock, but the ship does have a small sail on it. You guys row out just a little bit, the wind catches the sail, and Magda's just like in her element. Like, I know this from home. This is easy. Yeah. Except it's not a wheel, it's like a stick that you turn the rudder with.
All of us are looking around like, where's that music coming from?
And you guys all
just like
see
intensely look.
Yeah. You guys all see Jasper just off to the sky doing like heavily accented.
So funny.
I like that song.
I know
Who
it's a
put
good
Hans
song.
Zimmerman on this boat?
It's Hans Zimmer.
Yeah.
Or wait,
Zimmer.
Hans
Zimmerman.
Zimmer.
I thought it was Zimmerman.
No, because there's Andrew Zimmer and there's Hans Zimmer, and then there's somebody fucking Zimmerman who I don't like.
Oh, I have no idea. Okay, whatever.
He's a food person.
No, Andrew Zimmern is the food person. He's cool.
So we're going to this tower.
Yes. You head out, and it takes maybe like 45 minutes, an hour to get all the way there, being that you have to contend with a little bit of like crosswind. But as you approach the dock and throw the ropes, the mooring lines over the posts of the dock, you guys do see that out in front of the tower, there's this very nice, like, stone-lined path going up. But outside of the tower, near the shade of, like, the orchards and the gardens, there is a gathering of people, maybe like 20. Most of them are kids between like 12 and 16, and they're all sitting like spread out in the grass. And standing before them is a man in a fairly nice, like long, almost duster style coat. Very smart button-up shirt, dark trousers, dark boots, and a purple vest underneath that has like a pocket watch tucked into it. And he's standing there, sort of gesturing with his hands as he speaks. And occasionally he draws something into the air that like stays there, like, you know how sparklers leave that line in your vision? He's like drawing notes into the air for them. And sitting near him is one other adult, an older, geary woman who seems to be also taking notes, but she's facing the class. She seems to be like an assistant. And you can hear his voice carry. You can't quite hear what he's saying, or you can't quite make it out, but he's just lecturing at the moment, basically.
Well, I imagine we're walking that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to interrupt necessarily.
Well, as soon as I walk, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, hey there, we're here."
Oh, you do interrupt?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I pull out the bra full of fish, and I'm like, "I got your fish in a bra."
So as you approach, I'll give you a little bit of what you catch. You can hear him going into a lecture about the realm gate specifically. And it seems like he's just starting this like new sections as all the kids are like furiously taking notes. And And he says, the realm gate is, of course, made up of 9 different gates. You pass through each to get to whatever realm that the gate is set to. Can anyone tell me what the most commonly traveled realm is? And you see among the group, a few hands go up, and he points one out. He says, Miss Green. She says, I believe it's the Feywild, because we, the Guild of the Gate, work with them. He says that is correct. At which point, Noah shouts and holds up the bra.
I got your fish in a bra.
And the entire class's heads just swivel to you. And
I'm
this
just
man,
winging it around.
Magda this man looks over.
God, we are just the center of attention everywhere we go, aren't we?
Yeah, just a little bit.
But all the kids are just staring at you guys. You're an interesting bunch, to be sure, but also a grown man swinging around a bra that's leaking salt is also an interesting sight. And the man teaching them says, how about we go on a bit of an early lunch? I have a little bit of business to take care of. Everyone, make sure you grab your lunches from inside and head out back at the tower. We'll take a long lunch today. And they all, pop up and go get their stuff. And he steps away from where the group was sitting toward you all, hands clasped before him, says, I assume you're Mr. Borago.
Yeah, that's me. I'm gonna guess you're probably that Altera dude.
Yes, my name is Alistair Altera.
Altera dude.
Yes, sure.
So I got some things for you. So, okay, Taiylor, way back when, you had me roll to find extra things for him while we were going.
Yes.
And I rolled a 26.
Yes.
It was a bunch of panna and other shit he was looking for on the way, and we never got back to it. So just bringing that back around.
Yeah. I'd assumed that during the journey you were just picking shit the whole way along.
Okay.
You're like that kid who, whenever the family is out on a walk, they disappear to go find dandelions and come back covered in burrs.
That's actually me as an adult.
I
when
know.
People go on walks with me. That is who I am.
Yep. I feel like Noah is, despite being ridiculously charming, he is very much like you.
Wow. Wow.
No, you're very
solid.
The amount of fucking
shade.
No, I think if we combine Kit and Noah, we get Ben.
Yeah, a little bit.
But yeah, you got a good a bag full of stuff, a burlap sack full of just different stuff that's useful.
We also
go ahead.
No, I was just reminding you, we also had the vials of
the water.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I got it.
Okay. And we never found that wagon that he was asking for, so.
Oh, we didn't.
Nope, you didn't look for it.
Well, that's true. I take out the burlap sack and I put it on the ground, and then I throw a water skin on top of it. I'm like, okay, so there's all your plants. There's the water from the Awaz place. And then here's your fish in a bra from the Awaz tree as well. Also, we have a lot of information surrounding that. I didn't find your wagon. I heard my parents are here. Is there food ready? Even though we just ate.
This is a lot. All right. And he turns to the lady. And says, would you mind taking all of this up to my lab? And she nods and steps up and kind of gathers it all up. And he pats her on the arm as she goes. He turns to the rest of you.
It's dead.
Is that a bra?
Yeah,
it was the only thing we had.
It's a long
we found it.
Story.
Oh, we're not sure whose bra it is, but it came from somebody.
Oh.
It was one of those bras you catch in the river by accident.
I didn't catch it in a river. I found it in the woods.
You know,
That doesn't make it. Oh, the goblins. That's right.
Yeah.
We found the bra in the woods.
I can't say I'm surprised.
I've learned to just not question it and just whatever they say, just go with it.
I've spent a bit more than a week with the two people who made that, so they are here. I have some small guest cabins out back of the tower. They're staying back there on the shoreline. And I believe you must be Miss Wrenly, yes?
Yeah. Yes, that's me.
And he steps up and offers a hand to shake after he does shake Noah's hand as well, but
I will shake it hesitantly.
Yeah. And he's just pleasant and cordial. But he also greets the rest of you, like asking your names as he goes. And he doesn't treat Jasper any differently, because I know Foostrak is keeping an eye on that. But when he gets to Lorcan, he just looks fascinated. But he doesn't say anything. He just greets him and says, why don't all of you come inside? I will let your parents know to make their way up. I think I may dismiss class for the day, actually.
Are you sure? I mean, I could lecture on the poisons and drugs and.
That is not what I teach.
No.
He's also a very good storyteller.
Oh, I'm such a good story. Oh my god, I could tell you so many stories.
I'm sure that I will learn that over the time that you're here. I have heard more stories in a week than I've heard in 50 years. Come. And
it was probably from Chips, too. It probably wasn't from Chris.
It was both of them.
Okay.
Chris is a talker, but she says more things of value.
Yeah.
Whereas Chips is just like, I wonder.
He just thinks out loud.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Except with a little more of an Irish accent. But Alistair leads you guys up to the front of Gungnir Tower, which is this large stone brick structure. I believe it's actually a square tower.
I don't fucking know.
Or is it? I don't fucking remember. You know what? If it wasn't a square tower before, it is now. He rebuilt it. It's been 300 years. That's plenty of time. But it is a square tower that you see. The staircase actually goes around the outside of the tower, but you can see this like sheen over the staircase areas that look like there's some kind of ward there, so you don't think weather would affect it outside.
I was gonna ask about when it rains, but it looks like you've got it taken care of.
Yes. But he opens these big double doors with like these ring handles, and it opens into this beautifully decorated, but still kind of not over decorated like the other towers you've seen. Just nice, not too rich or extravagant, just functional and comfortable. But this great hall that has like a long dining table in the center with several chairs at it. And you see that this room is split off from two back rooms. And you see that the wall behind this table is covered in a few very large paintings. And one of particular interest would be off to one side, there's a portrait of, hold on, how many? 17 people.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have probably seen pictures of some of these people, like paintings of them. The most recognizable of which is Kit of Volfira.
Nyx is blurry because he couldn't stand still.
Yeah,
it's a painting, but okay.
The portrait person is like, what the fuck?
Stand still!
God damn it! It's like Bigfoot. He's just blurry in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you see these 17 people. There is a very, like, you just want to hug him. There's a guy in the center who's a Canatar, who's just like really buff and bulky, and he's like a brown lab Canatar with just this big smile on his face. And he is holding a staff that is just this perfectly straight metal rod with a small, like, half dome white gem at the very top of it. Everyone else is not holding staves, but you see Kit is framed by a taller, thinner figure with sort of stark white hair, who has a lot of these, like, black markings on his face that sort of frame his face in, pointed, almost Elusir-like ears, and this really ridiculous grin that he just looks like a person who cannot stop smiling.
No.
I feel like Kit is probably like Captain Morgan with like 1 foot up on Kyla Uruvela's body. Which is like, yeah.
Not in this portrait.
He had one of those made. It hangs somewhere.
Yeah. He's like, I want to commission someone.
And standing beside Kit is another familiar figure because her face is just kind of known at this point. A tall, burly human woman with short, dark hair, very specific scar going down over her jaw, and she is framed by a slightly taller, equally burly man who almost looks like he could be her brother, but there's some very specific differences between them. His features are broader, but you see each of these people in the back row have their hand on the shoulder of a person in front of them. And you are able to tell very easily that this is a group portrait of the original Obsidian Collective. And yeah.
Did you say Nyx has white hair?
Nyx has white hair.
I thought it was black.
Not in this picture.
Oh. Okay.
I imagine Nyx took after Quinn. When it came to the hair situation.
That's true. We do all know Make It Pink.
Yes. But yeah, that's one of the portraits. In another, you see Alistair, not by himself, but surrounded by 4 young adults. An owl Aarakocra, this beautiful young woman in a very nice sort of doublet and this sash across with like a satchel. Another one is a red tiefling with black hair, long black hair, who's dressed similarly to Alistair. There is a halfling who's like at the front of the group. He's in a suit of armor.
Yeah, that checks out. And
you see a smaller blue tiefling sort of up closer to the red tiefling, and she has like medics clothing on, like a uniform, a dress uniform version of medics outfit. But they're all just pictured together, and you can see Alistair has a hand on the red tiefling shoulder and the Aarakocra's shoulder. It strikes you as a family portrait, not just friends. And the central portrait is actually a painting of Gungnir Lake and the old version of the tower, because I've decided it's canon that he rebuilt it, a round tower with a conical roof on it that's sort of crumbling, and the island is just wild in this particular painting. It looks very different now. But yeah, that's what you see as you enter with the Alistair.
Well, this is a nice place you got here, eh?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. I've tried to make it homey at the very least. Please have a seat. I'll bring out drinks and such. And your parents. And you see him draw runes into the air. And you hear him say, Christine, your son and his friends have arrived. And almost immediately you see him go,
Yep.
She's coming.
Oh, she'll be here in about 30 seconds flat.
But he snaps his fingers, and you guys see off to the side there's this little like end table with a silver platter on it. The platter levitates and zooms into the kitchen. And he just very Matilda style, just starts pointing at things and they move, and like chairs squeak out of their places for you. And like glasses come to the table. It's not necessarily showy, but it is impressive how many things he can manipulate at once without dropping anything. And as the platter returns with several different selections in liquors and wines and anything else you can possibly think of, that sets on the table just as the door just bursts open.
Just before the door opens, I make sure that I like button up the front of my coat slightly so she can't see my gun that's tucked in the side.
Yeah. But you almost feel the dog whistle sound of Chris just being like,
oh my god.
And just boom, and there's this little gnome with sort of long pointed ears, this wild ponytail, big round glasses. She's got kind of a suntan right now. Brown like Constantian vest, button up shirt. It's got like some smudges and like stains on it. She's been working heavy like denim pants that are just covered in stains because she constantly wipes her hands on them. She is still holding a wrench in one hand because she forgot to put it down. And she has like these really tough like steel capped boots, and she's just standing there in like a ready stance, like looking around, and her eyes fall on you, and she fucking launches at you.
Before she gets to me, I like lean over to Magda and I'm like, I hope you got that watch on because she's gonna want to see it. And then I go and boom, go, yeah.
Magda really quickly like pulls the box out of her like bag and is like
sleight of hand check,
jimmying it on her hand.
She's not gonna notice. She's not gonna notice at all.
It's but like upside down and yeah.
Your mom is a gnome, which means she's small, but boy howdy is she muscular and dense. Mm-hmm. She hits you like a freight train. It's like having a bag of potatoes like thrown directly at your chest.
I have a -1 to strength, so I imagine this isn't gonna go well.
You get plowed over. You're on the floor.
Oh.
But she just lands on you and she grabs you by the face and she like kisses your forehead and she's like, "Oh Nick, oh my god, look at you! You need to shave."
Oh hey there, Ma. Oh hi, Ma. How you doing?
Like, oh my god, you're so thin. Why are you thin? Are you all feeding him? What's happening?
I don't know.
Can you let go?
Foostrak looks
she
at
takes her
Magda.
hands up.
Foostrak looks at Magda and just goes, Is this what parents are supposed to be like?
Ah!
Oh no!
Oh, buddy.
But yeah, she's just like, oh my god. She's like got a hold of your shirt now and she's like writing it all. And she's like, I'm sorry. I got a little too excited.
Oh no, it's okay.
A little too much hitching my giddy up. But she's like, you've been away for so long.
I mean, I gotta, you wouldn't believe the stuff I found down here, though.
I would believe it. You message me all the time.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's true.
And coming toddling through the door, kind of like
clunk.
You see fairly tall for a Mercoptera, but not that much taller than Chris. A flying fox type Mercoptera with his little claws hooked in front of him so his wings look like a cloak around him, with a very, very wooden leg. And he has like a little tool belt around him that's like full of pouches, and he's got on this because of the way their wings work, their shirts have like these long slits in the sides, but he has like a nice like pressed shirt that's just covered in little tiny holes because of all the shit he works with. And he's got like little short like bat capris, and he just toddles his way through. He's like, oh, Nick! And he just clunk, 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 clunk over and puts his big wings around you. He's like, hi, bud, how you doing?
Oh, hey there, Dad.
Oh, you got so many friends. And he looks at all of them.
I haven't burned any of them yet either.
Well, that's good. That's real good, bud.
I know, I'm doing a good job with the potion things.
And he turns, and the first person like next to Noah is Magda. He's like, hi, I'm Chips. How are you? Who are you? How are you? Both. I don't care.
Oh, gee.
And he just has like a little clawed hand extended for a handshake.
So this is Magda. She's, she's a pirate assassin.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty cool, man.
Listen, no, I'm neither a pirate
she's the one who's
nor an assassin.
She's the one who's doing the Black Cascarilla for.
Okay.
I got a boy howdy. I got a story. I got
a story.
I got a big. We'll save it for food, but I just
must be a good one.
It's a real good one. Never been prouder of your ma. She's great.
That seems hard to believe. You guys are proud of each other all the time.
I know, but this time it was like, whoa.
I'm gonna lean down to him and be like, so how many lakes have you gone through since I've been gone?
I kind of lost count.
Oh no. Is Wilbur okay?
There might be a new Wilbur.
Oh no.
And he leans down and like puts his claw down, and you see not the overweight, like sick woodpecker, but like a svelte, thin cockatiel step out onto his claw. Completely different bird. He's like, this is Wilma.
Oh no. What happened to Wilbur?
Oh, he was one of them things. I can't do Chips and keep a straight face.
Oh my god.
Magda, if they
just
ever
woke up one morning, he was one of them things.
Magda, if they ever convince me to go to Reese's Ridge, will you do me a favor? Will you take my gun and shoot me in the head, please?
Yes, and then I will turn it on myself.
And as you're like whispering to Magda, Chips turns towards you and he's like, hi, who are you? How are you?
Ah, yes, it's very nice to meet you, sir. My name is Christmas Fortunemær. I'll reach out a hand.
Oh, that's one heck of a name.
Now that's a $4 word.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you. I don't think I've heard about you yet.
No, that's probably how it should be. I'm new here.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the family, bud.
Oh, Jesus.
And he just moves right on. And Chris like pops up and like shakes your hand too. And when she goes to Magda and shakes her hand, she like pats your hand too. She's like, hi, honey, it's nice to meet you. And she moves on with Chips. And they go up to Foostrak, and Chips, good lord, looks up and says the same damn thing. Hi, how are you? Who are you?
Has Foostrak ever seen a Mercaptera before?
Yeah, you have. They're not common, but they're kind of spread out.
Okay.
Yeah.
He'd extend a finger.
Yeah. Shake.
For ease of shaking.
Yeah. It's like, oh gosh, I didn't even introduce us. Oh god. My name is Chipster La Jolla Borago, and this is my wife. This is Christine Borago. And if you can't see that's our good old fashioned Reese's Ridge name right there.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? How many people from there are named Chips?
Yeah, why not?
Are you? So
I mean, if you want a weird name from Reese's Ridge, you should talk to Toby Larone. No! Yes!
Just wait until you meet Pepper and Andy Mint.
No. No.
We got rid of his first wife, Nicole.
Are they just gonna open like a town-wide candy company and just like
their favorite weapon is the spear.
I like turned to him and I'm like, so how's old Figastasia doing? There's a good old-fashioned name if you needed one.
Oh yeah, that's a real good old-fashioned one. She's still kicking. It's crazy.
How is she doing that?
I don't know. She's got to be some kind of garden lich.
How old is she now?
I don't know. Like actually, let me look at your notes. I don't remember. She's like 120.
Isn't she just a human?
I think so.
Or something. Yeah, she's not a long-lived race.
Oh god, where is it?
Figastasia should be right at the end.
No, I couldn't.
Figastasia Noon, at least 120 years old, human. People think she's a gardening lich.
Yeah. Yep, that's it. Yeah,
Beatrice Shoemaker, who is actually a cobbler and makes good cobbler.
You forgot about this?
Oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, she's still going. I think she's just turned like 121. The neighborhood got together, big bash for her. She couldn't hear a damn thing the whole time.
Oh my god. Hang on, I'm adding some stuff about Matilda.
Yes. But he then looks up at Foostrak, says, I didn't catch your name there, Sport. Who are you?
Sport.
Champ.
Bud.
This is my chance to once again mimic Ben.
Chewing cud over here.
Gross.
Foostrak Wildborn.
Oh, that's an interesting name. Wildhorn?
Formerly Broadhorn.
Oh yeah, that sounds more. Yeah. Okay. And he scoots along with Chris. Chris shakes your hand too. And they move along to Jasper and Lorcan. And Lorcan is just similar to Magda, just like as they're like, "Hi, how are you? Who are you?" He's like, "Lorcan, hi." And they're like, "Oh, you're kind of different. You're welcome." And you can tell they're trying not to stare, but they just like move along, trying to be polite, like Midwestern polite. And they get to Jasper, who is like around their heights, and they're just like, "Oh, you're just so cute, Jasper." And just they love him immediately. But once they're done greeting everybody, they turn back to Noah and just hugs, pull him down to their level. They're all over him.
Okay, so you gotta tell me, how's Alma and Candy doing?
Oh, they're just doing the same thing they do every day, trying to take over the world.
Oh, yeah, that sounds about right for those two.
No, there were some new people moved in recently from further down the hill, and they got a bunch of new kids they're looking after. God, terrors, all of them. But Alma will kick some sense into them, literally, if she has to. So it'll be fun.
Yeah. Oh, and how's your? I heard that your.
Yeah, that's what she's just looking at them like she's. What the fuck is that?
One, what the fuck, and two, I understand now.
Yeah.
You had mentioned in one of your letters that you were trying to hook up old Nest Lee with somebody.
Nope. All right, bye. Bye, guys.
Yeah, there's this.
Just wait for this one. No, you got it. It gets better. You got it. You put your headset back on. Okay, it gets better.
There's this real nice girl in the neighborhood, you know. Her name's oh god, hun, what was it? She's like, her name is fuck, I just had it.
You're talking about Vanessa?
No.
Oh, what are you talking
it's somebody that I haven't discussed with you yet. Shit.
Keebler Nabisco.
Yeah.
Her name. Oh, her name's Natalie Werther.
God damn it!
The original Natalie Werther.
She's from this real like prestigious family from over in Port Natalie. This big
the Werthers.
They're really
the originals.
Oh yeah, they're an old family.
Yeah, they've been around forever.
Yeah.
How's things going with all Ness?
They're kind of just being an introvert lately, which is kind of a change. I don't know what's up with them.
They didn't take to Bert?
No.
Oh, poor Burton Finger.
Anyway, let's talk about fun stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, where you guys just came from AWAS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you did you see any fun stuff on the way?
Oh my gosh. So first of all, we saw man-eating plants. We saw vines that spit blood.
Oh gosh.
I got some. I can show it to you later. And we saw a big old deer. We saw a tree. We caught some fish in a bra. We shot a skinwalker last night.
Whoa.
Yeah, it looked just like you.
Oh, that's not okay.
No, it wasn't. What else did we do? We did some other stuff. Help me out, you guys.
We
rode chocobos.
We helped with a minor revolution.
A revolution?
Oh, yeah.
Where was that?
We fought in a fighting pit.
Yeah.
Oh, in AWAS.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that might explain some things around here, because we heard something about like a couple fights with the Glacier Watch going on. And just the other day, this officer rode into town, and the entire local garrison left with him.
Oh.
Yeah, they're headed south. I guess they're going back to Isa or something.
Was that the Glacier Watch?
Yeah. It was this guy who was looking like he was pretty high up there, like really important, and he just walked right into their camp and said, "Everybody drop everything, get your horses, we're going home."
Huh. So I heard that you've been causing a little bit of a ruckus here.
Not more than I usually cause.
Who am I talking to? They sound the same.
Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to do Chip's voice differently, but it's hard. Chris just kind of overtakes everything.
Mm-hmm. That's
says, fair. I mean, we're not doing anything differently than normal. It's just these folks aren't used to our normal. But thankfully, Mr. Altera is a real nice man, and he's an old friend. So it's at least welcoming.
Oh, you know who we met on the way?
Yeah.
We stopped in Yera for a minute, and we met Kit of Valfira.
Oh my gosh, how's he doing?
Apparently he knows me.
Of course he knows you. He came over a few times when you were real little.
I don't remember.
Apparently, he's never paid Kit back for some wand that he.
Oh, don't worry about that. We took care of that. It's fine. No, we were helping him and Miss. Not Kenna, the other one. Miss Rhea with a project up in the Monomarik. We're installing some things for them in Haven. So we welcomed them to like a dinner, and of course, Miss Rhea, she's real busy, but Mr. Kid, he can make time just about any time, because, when you live for 300 years, you got nothing but time.
That's true.
But yeah, he came for dinner a few times and to pick up a few things, and she turns to the rest of you, and she's like, a little Nick at 5-6 years old, boy, was he a terror. Like, they talk about the terrible 2s and, 3s. It was when Nick, understood how things worked that he got real bad. He would just dump acid on anything, destroyed this real expensive wand that Mr. Kid had, and I think at some point he and Mr. Nix ran off and did some pranks or something. Not really entirely sure what all happened there, but it was, we're just going to say it was an expensive visit.
Just under his breath, so that only probably Magda and Foostrak can hear. Christmas is it'd be fun to see what it's like when he grows out of that phase.
I was gonna make that joke.
Yeah.
Foostrak definitely laughs at that.
At this point, Alistair is bringing out snack foods if you guys want some.
Sandwiches.
And Chris is like, "Oh, great food! That means story time." And
okay.
He hops in a chair. He's like, "Okay, so y'all are all right. I don't know how much the rest of y'all know about how me and Chris work, and how our whole business works, but basically I'm the alchemist, the chemist, whatever, and Nick is I don't feel like it's fair to call him my apprentice anymore, but he's the other one. He's the other alchemist now. He's the traveling one. I'm I guess I travel too. Anyway, so Chris is the mechanically minded one. She's the one who can fix anything, break anything. I mean, look at those muscles, eh? Very subtle flirt. And she's just like, oh. He's like, so, Miss Magda, my son here sent a request for that black cascarilla stuff. And to find a recipe that works to, recreate it without having to have the actual eggs. Boy, I spent hours looking at that, just trying to figure out the components, and I actually got a hold of some black cascarilla to pick it apart. I could not figure it out for the life of me what just the final ingredient was that made it do its thing.
That's fine. You don't.
No, but we did figure it out.
Oh.
I've made you a couple of batches since then.
Well, I know, but yeah.
But I couldn't figure it out, and after hours and hours and hours and hours of just looking at it, I was like, he looks over because he's like, Ma, I just got to go to bed and sleep on it. Sorry, I call her Ma when you have kids, you'll understand. But I went to bed and just thought maybe I can sleep on it and think of something. I woke up a couple hours later, good long nap, and I walk into my office and all my stuff is sorted and cleaned because she's like that. She's got to sort and clean. And all my papers were in this nice pile with more writing on them. And I'm like, well, who the heck did that? And I started looking through them and Chris figured it out. She figured it out in a half hour what I couldn't figure out in 3 days of constant just staring at it. And she was just like, oh, it's just rubies. That's all this is. Just corundum. And I'm like, what kind of alchemist am I? I may as well just give her the whole dang business.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. He's like, oh no, thank her. She's great. But let this be a lesson to you, Nick. Always marry someone smarter than you because they'll make you feel like an idiot your whole damn life, but they'll always fix shit for you. Oh, pardon my French. Stuff.
We're all adults here, Mr.
Yeah, but it's kind of crass.
What's French?
I am not entirely sure. I think it's a moon elf language.
I think
It
it's
sounds
yeah.
real weird.
I think it's
They
just
got
one
words.
of those things they say over in Reese's Bridge, you know, like the thing about the radish and the
Pardon
moose
my
and
Elvish.
shit
Oh, yeah.
like that, yeah.
Well,
The
you know,
bagels.
those moon elves, they have that really weird accent, and they've got like 40 letters that don't make a sound. So I think that's French,
That tracks.
which it is in world canon that moon elves have a French accent. Most of them from Caladros. But yeah, Chris the whole time is just sitting there like, "Oh, you stop! It wasn't that big a deal. You just had a lot on your mind. You would have figured it out."
Really, though, thank you. It's
Oh
been
yeah, sure.
an invaluable help.
Yeah, and it does work.
It does, yeah.
Well, fantastic. I'm glad it does because I actually made a few batches to test. And do you need any more?
I mean, any.
This is
any
Chris
amount-
or Chips talking. Sorry.
Any amount helps. Really.
Oh yeah, sure. And he puts his satchel up on this table and opens it, and it's just this black void. And he sticks his wing into it, and he pulls out a comparable size bag to what Helena gave you.
Holy shit.
And he just plops it on the table, and he's like, "There's all the good stuff. That should be like, for what you need it for, it should be like a month."
Oh god. Okay. I'm rooting
He just
around.
shoves it across the table to you.
I'm rooting around in my bag, just
What
like,
you doing there, honey?
Well, how much is that going to come out to you? It's going to come out to you a lot of money, so
What are you talking about?
I need to I need to purchase it from you. I can't
Why?
just take all this. It's very expensive.
It's not that expensive.
They're just rubies.
Yeah. Listen, all right, I know that sounds like real privileged jerk of me, but in this situation, it's one of my friend's sons, and you actually need it for a good reason, I understand.
Other way around.
Yeah.
One of my son's
son's
friends.
Son's friends.
I think
yeah.
canonically, though, she definitely should say friends' sons, because that is just...
Says it's one of my son's friends, and it's for a good purpose, I assume. And you know, again, this is going to sound real privileged, but we got money to burn, honey. You can just have it.
You know, they might be able to help with what you've got going on. You know,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
just want to give them a little look-see at what you got going on under the hood.
Yeah, sure. How can
Do we
and like
have to-
Chips like scoots up to you?
Do we have to do this at like the table and like there's a
Oh.
lot of
No, I mean, you got to take your mask off to eat anyway.
I was going to eat later. In
Oh
my
well,
room.
don't eat later. Don't let it all get stale.
She's
and
got
and
this.
Chris,
She's shy about like eating in front of people.
Chris reaches over and puts a hand on Chip's shoulder and says, "Honey, let her be. She needs time. It's a girl thing."
Okay, not a girl thing. Just
We can just call it that, and the boys will leave it alone.
cool. Maybe later. Is Alistair here too?
Yeah, he's here. He's just watching this, just like Jesus.
I was actually hoping I could talk to you about that also.
Of course.
I guess. Okay, if everyone can just like back up like a half a foot.
And Chris
something.
grabs Chip's shoulder and just drags
Just-
him back.
And just like don't like get in my okay. Then I will grab it and take it out.
Yeah. And Alistair kind of tilts his head as he sees it, and Chips sort of he like looks at it like trying to get a look at it. And Chris is like, "Oh, is that something magical, or is that something else? Is this like a medicine thing, or like a..."
Well,
I'll save you a spell. It's demon curse.
yeah. Thanks
Oh.
to Noah here, I know that. So
Oh well, that's and Chips is like, oh, that's a little out of my specialty. I'm more of a like an alchemy kind of person, but if Alistair can kind of take a look at it and give me some more information, I might be able to work out some additional treatment stuff for you. Is that what you're using the Black Cascarilla for?
Yeah. Just to stave it off.
What are you putting it into? Like, what's the?
It's a concoction of stuff.
What's it called?
Blackstone.
Bloodstone.
Bloodstone formaldehyde.
Oh, you're from the Taiylor clan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that stuff. I help mix up stuff like that for chasers sometimes. Yeah, I can work with that. Do you have the recipe for your version?
Yeah, I know exactly what needs to
and he's like, he does like grabby hands, like give.
Oh, okay. I'll just quickly jot it down, like on a little piece of paper or something.
And he takes that and like glasses and starts. He reaches into his bag and pulls out like a fountain pen. And you see him start like scribbling down equations. And Chris, who's still got like a hand on him, is like, well, we'll certainly do whatever we can to help there. Have you actually talked to the Taiylor clan about this? Is it getting worse?
With this, I'm able to keep it at bay, and if I take it for long periods of time, it does recede slightly. Not okay. Not
and she looks down. She's like, "Did you hear that, honey?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I heard that." And he writes it down. She's like, "Well, yeah, I'm a little bit versed in magic, more so than Chips and like his alchemy doodads, but yeah, that definitely seems like a thing for Mr. Altera." And Alistair nods and says, "We'll broach the subject in more private quarters. I can see that you're a bit overwhelmed."
Yeah, just a little bit. I'll pull the mask back up, just kind of sit there like uncomfortably.
Yeah, and Chris is like, "That's okay, honey. Don't worry." And Chips is just like still stuck in his equations and just like jotting things down. And occasionally Chris is like, "Oh no, that's supposed to be an 8." And he's like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, they're just suddenly, you just gave them a project. They're focused.
Good.
But yeah, anything anybody else wants to broach at the lunch table?
I think maybe we'll just give like Alistair a quick rundown about what was going on with the AWAS tree and like all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll let him know about the reactions that I found in the Morning Glory blood.
Okay. Ulmatum.
And we should probably just bring up Aubrey and Devria.
Yeah.
All right. Do you bring up Walter?
Given that he's spoken with so many important people, I think Foostrak would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alistair's like, I do remember him visiting a couple of times. He was very insistent. The first time he was trying to, I believe he had sold something to the Glacier Watch when they were still here a few months ago. And then he was trying to outfit the local guard, but Mannaz doesn't exactly have a very large treasury, and veneer arms are rather expensive, being that they're rather specialty. He came to me asking if I would be interested in outfitting the town, being that we are in a rather dangerous place, but I don't know. I don't think... I don't think Miss Veneer, Mrs. Veneer would much appreciate if I bought up weapons for such a unlikely cause. Anyhow, he plied me with a few different weapons, some magical that I was interested in but didn't care to buy. And then, not too long ago, he visited me again, trying to sell residuum. I asked him where it was from because I was interested in going to the source and seeing, one, what people were doing with it, and two, whether I could make use of it myself. But he wasn't very forthcoming with information on that. I gathered that it was from some place he shouldn't have been.
Yeah, you can say that.
Do you all know where it came from?
More than likely.
Wait, what?
The Blue Shore tribe was trying to give him residuum, remember?
Blue Shore.
Was that what they were doing?
Yeah.
They were giving him residuum.
Oh.
Yeah, I believe he said he didn't know how they got a hold of it, but they were trading it for weapons.
Gotcha.
And he says, that is concerning. But
yeah, that's why we got involved.
Yes, I read the Maracuria. I assume some of you are the unnamed mercenaries.
3 of us. Well, 4, actually. Looking over at Jasper.
Oh.
And Alistair looks over at him, and Jasper sort of nods. He says, I'm originally from the Blue Shore. And Alistair nods. Says, well, I'm not sure how they're getting a hold of it unless they've somehow learned to refine it or someone else is selling it to them or trading. But I think I will check into that, knowing where it's coming from now. Residuum is a good resource, but it's a rather dangerous one and a wasteful resource as well. The entire process of refining it is terrible.
Terrible how?
There's a lot of waste left behind, a lot of it toxic and acidic, and it's very difficult to dispose of.
So could it be possible that that mine we've heard of came upon a residuum vein, and that's what's killing the tree?
A mine?
Well, residuum is leftover of something, right?
Residuum... I would say the casters among you know that residuum is... I'm kind of going partial critical role lore here. It is refined from a certain type of stone that's fairly rare, but once you find like a pocket of it, there's quite a lot. But it has to be melted down with acid to get the residuum out of it. And what's left behind is this like horrible, acidic, toxic mud.
That. Yeah.
So when we were in Awaz, we stopped at we couldn't get to the tree because it's completely surrounded by the almatum that somebody has cast plant growth on. But we did find out from the cell bins that there is a mine upriver that is dumping toxic waste into the river, and the tree is trying to clean it.
This is in the Andes, northern Andes?
Yeah.
And you see him, he twists his hand and a little pocketbook appears, and he starts writing in it.
If you talk to Devria, she'll be able to tell you a little bit more about it.
Well,
I can't remember her husband's name. What's her husband's name?
Aubrey.
Aubrey. Yeah, Aubrey knows the most.
Well, he has been out to Rolaga recently.
And we may have also told Kit about the mine.
How in the world did you come across Kit?
We met him at the Selbin's place.
Oh, he was at Bronstadt.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
We may have told him, so you know how Kit operates. Maybe it's already taken care of.
He's on the Ultimatum project?
I'm not sure.
I don't know why else he would be down here.
He was looking at it when Magda interrupted him.
Yeah.
He was giving a speech to the collective.
Yeah, but I think they were talking about... I don't know, but I mean, he was working with Aubrey and Devria.
He was there to help with the plant growth element of it.
You guys,
did that.
You guys know that, he was there to work on the plant growth stuff and figure out where that came from. Magda interrupted him in the middle of telling off some members of the collective who have been appeasing sort of bad forces instead of actually preventing them from causing harm. You would have been able to gather that he was talking about the Hesperian Empire and their constant need to just conquer everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, Alistair says, well, I mean, of course the man can do as many projects at the same time as he likes, but I thought he was busy in Caladras.
Him and Ren were both down here.
Oh, well, Ren is not so much of a surprise. He typically doesn't get involved in politics quite as much. I would have expected Kenna to be down here, but
I heard something about Kenna. I forgot.
Yeah, they said she was gone, like she was away somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not privy to everything that they get up to, though they do keep me up to date. I don't know what she's up to.
Well, we obviously have a few different strings that we're looking into too, but...
Well, I'm actually glad that you're all here, because I may need, if you're not busy with other things, I may need some help in return for helping you with whatever it is you're looking into.
Yeah.
Sure, we can make that happen.
It depends on what it is.
I would rather get you all taken care of first, and if you have to say no to what I asked, then so be it. But let's get into what you're needing at this time. We're looking into that curse. Noah, is there anything that you need from me?
I take out the little vial that probably still has the crystal shard left in it.
Yeah.
And so I pulled this from an Earthblood Fountain nearby.
Yes,
so if you want to take a look at it before it disappears, maybe you can find something out. I don't know.
That would certainly be interesting. And he reaches across to take the vial.
I tell him, so it had one charge, and when I touched it, it went off. It was a wild magic surge.
Oh, yes. I think I've seen one of these before. I haven't been able to get over to actually look at it myself, but when you spend 300 years in Frosthold, you get familiar with what some of the different fountains can do. I'll be glad to take a look at this, absolutely. Mr. Fortunemær?
I apologize, it's been a long few days. Devria sent me in your direction. I was assisting her in some ways with the Ultimatum, and my issue is actually similar to a friend of mine here, gesture over towards Lorcan, in that we both seem to have some gaps in our memory, and those gaps, more so for me than for him, associated with fey magic of a sort. And we've been able to put some of the puzzle pieces together, but most of the pieces seem to be missing. And just looking for any help I can get with that. May have come across a lead recently, but helping me potentially helps our friend Lorcan here, and helping Lorcan potentially helps Magda.
And Alistair nods. You see his brows kind of furrowed, and he looks at Lorcan. He says, "Lorcan, not Lorcan Sheolek." And Lorcan pulls his head back and nods. And Alistair's like, interesting. I think I remember hearing something about you recently. Something to do with inquiries at the Guild of the Gate. And Lorcan looks around. He's like, that wasn't me.
What he is important about, what his role in all of this is that I, for a long time, thought that he might have been the person to give me the curse because he had his face. But we've come recently to discover that he has been possessed by whatever demon gave this to me.
And Alistair stands up and walks over and says, Mr. Lorcan, may I? And Lorcan, nods, and Alistair taps him on the shoulder, and you see Alistair's eyes flash. He says, "Ooh, that's not good. Do you have any idea who this entity was?"
The only thing that I know is that when he was summoned, he appeared in a humanoid shape, but was composed of maggots and lava. And
he picks up his book again and starts writing. Well, I can tell you that possession is the
9/10 of the law.
Possession is the hallmark of demons, of course. And this is demonic magic. But the thing that did this is not an abyssal creature. This is someone practicing magic that isn't native to them.
Is that...
It has a lot of mistakes. And you guys do know that demons are from the abyss, of course.
Yeah. So it might not have been a demon then, but it was using demon magic.
Yes. I would have to think if it's something that can use abyssal magics, it's something that traveled to the abyss, which leads me to think that it is powerful enough to plane shift or has access to the realm gates in each realm. I'm leaning toward the plane shifting. So we're dealing with something fairly powerful here.
If someone were to be looking into summoning Lorcan, per se, and something were in his body, then it would be possible then that that person could still summon Lorcan's body, but also get that thing.
That's a bit of a tricky one. It would depend on the ability of the caster, because more can go wrong when you're talking about summoning a possessed entity. I imagine... Did you summon Lorcan?
Someone that I knew, yeah.
Well, I imagine if they summoned Lorcan and Lorcan was possessed, the creature in question probably wasn't expecting it, but saw it as a moment of opportunity. That's what most demons and demon-like things tend to think in, is opportunities. I would definitely like to look more into this, if you can provide me more detail later.
Sure, yeah.
But Mr. Fortunemær, I would be happy to help you with your questions as well. And then Mr. Wildborn, was it?
Yeah, I mean, really, I only have probably one thing that I can think of. So I died a while back. Yeah, that's kind of most people's reaction.
It is a rather traumatic thing. I have experienced it myself.
Well, I kind of got lucky because apparently there was a phoenix nearby, and it brought me back. So now I kind of have this this burn on my chest. Noah over there did some looking at it, and it seems, it makes it where fire doesn't hurt me as much, which, given some research that I received, seems to be kind of par for the course. But he also mentioned that there was this golden thread going from me into the sky, and I don't know what's on the other end of that. And to my knowledge, threads don't just normally point up. So if you might have any information on that, I would be much obliged.
That sounds very familiar.
Well, that puts my mind at ease. It means it's either real good or real bad, I'm assuming, but...
Well, it could be a marker of a number of things. Let me show you. And he reaches under his shirt and pulls out this pyramid-shaped necklace. And he takes it off from around his neck and he sets it on the table. And he walks a few paces away. And then he casts a quick fairy fire over the area. And you see this sort of looping golden thread leading from the necklace to him. Says, did it look something like this?
Noah saw it, so...
It's a golden thread, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Does that mean Foostrak is...
Am I a necklace?
He puts the necklace back on and tucks it into his shirt. Says, well, one of a few things could have happened to you, and I'm fairly certain you're not a lich, so we'll just strike that one out right now. If it was a phoenix that did this, you may be either... This phoenix will probably know if something happens to you. That is my best guess. It is connected to you in such a way that if you were to fall, it would immediately know. Whether it can do anything about that, I am not sure.
Well, that's interesting.
Or, if you are a lich, if you die, you will reappear wherever the phoenix is in a few days.
Oh no!
I mean, my understanding for a long time was that liches were like skeletons, like just like real strong evil skeletons, but
that's not entirely incorrect.
I was gonna say, considering some of the things we've heard about you previously, I assumed that was not the case.
Well, most of what you see is glamour magic. The way I really look is not entirely pleasant, so I tend not to show it. But as for the evil parts, I try not to tread that line. I've failed before.
Well, ain't nobody perfect.
That is very true.
We're very appreciative of your hospitality. Sorry for interrupting your class earlier.
Oh, it's fine. I'm sure the children will thank you at the very least. while they are all here by choice and they enjoy the subjects I teach, sometimes they just need a break. And so do I, honestly. But, I will... How about this? Why don't you all spend a little time making yourselves at home? I do have, as I mentioned to Mr. Borago, I do have a number of cabins out back of the tower that are for my guests. They don't get a lot of use these days, but they're comfortable and suitable. Each of them has a couple of bedrooms, so you should all be able to have your own room. Make yourselves at home, do anything you need to do in town, if you need to do anything in town. And I will talk with each of you about what you need from me later on in the evening. I do need to dismiss my class and get those samples put away properly. But the grounds, the island are open to you. Please do leave the upper floors of the tower be. I'm sure you've heard this before with the other Arcanists, but we keep sensitive things in the higher levels, and innocent poking around can result in accidents. But also, Mr. Borago, you may be interested to see what your mother is up to. She is installing an electric system in the tower for me. Or, well, rather, she's updating it for me. She's already installed one before.
Oh, you're gonna get some fancy lights in here.
You do see he already has, like, electric lights, but they're definitely dated. Says, yes, they all need a little bit of updating, and when you live as long as I do, you find that it is a problem when you don't keep up with the rest of the world. So, you can't live in a medieval tower forever.
I kind of lean over to Chris. I'm like, "Are you gonna give him the new those newfangled incandescent light bulbs?"
She's like, "Oh yeah, I got a whole box of them." But you guys snack on your stuff, and Chips and Chris just talk incessantly with Noah. And Alistair just sort of sits aside for a while listening before he eventually excuses himself and goes to do his stuff. And you guys are free to use the afternoon to do whatever you need to do and then talk to him as needed. But we have gone over time. Ash, you look like you wanted to say something.
Wait till next time.
Well, what you want?
While we're going over, while we're getting up and going and getting settled and stuff, I catch Lorcan and I just say, once we get settled, you and I need to talk.
Okay, is that why you were staring at me earlier or something?
Don't know what you're talking about. And I'll walk away.
You're not cool, you know. It's not cool. None of it. None of the edgelord stuff. It's all lame.
I know.
Okay. Yeah.
A real quick thing.
Mm-hmm.
Noah gave Foostrak a potion earlier at the Earthblood Fountain.
Yeah.
And Foostrak's going to make sure to give it back to him.
Okay.
And he's also going to make sure to tell Chips about the potion of growth that Noah made and just how awesome it was.
Yeah, Chips is just like, oh, that's my boy.
As soon as you mention that, I take the growth potion out and I hand you another one. I'm like, here you go.
Foostrak lights up. He's just so excited.
Yeah.
The ears just go.
Yeah. It's like getting big like that was a ton of fun. I highly recommend trying it sometime.
Yeah, we all enjoy getting big. But yeah, that is where we will end for today. Sorry we went a little over, but let's jump real quick into the wrap-up stuff. You can find the Atlaran Adventuring Company on Twitter at AtlaranADVCo. You can also find all the links below here on Twitch, on YouTube. That's linked to all of our VODs, podcasts, other stuff, our Redbubble store where we have some unique designs up. Please support because we need money. This ain't free. But yeah, I've been working on talking to people to try to grow this a little bit more, so we'll see what happens. Ash.
Hi, my name is Astrid Knight. You can find me basically everywhere at Astrid K. Rice, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, also TikTok. I have changed my handle on there. Or my website, astridknight.com. I'm writing a book. It's about D&D. It's pretty cool. It's called Perception Check. It's coming out in the winter.
Cool.
Yeah.
Blake.
Wow. I'm Blake R. Wolfe. You can find me at blakerwolfe.com, BLAKERWOLFE. I'm under that same name on all the social medias. I write fantasy books as well. I just finished a series up called The Crystalline Chronicles. It's kind of D&D-ish, kind of a little bit of Lord of the Rings, a little bit Narnia. Yeah. So, yep, that's what I do. I wrote those books. Working on more. Yay.
Yay. All right. Zach Gale.
Hi. You can find me at Zachary G. Author on Twitter. Hi. And I am working on my first collection of short stories, primarily horror, although to different degrees of dread, I'm finding. And I plan to release that in 1 year.
Yay.
I nearly have 24 stories completed, so I am very woot about it.
What are you, Tumblr?
Yeah. Rafflecopter.
My
RAR XD.
My very soon-to-be wife, in 3 weeks from today, also runs an Etsy shop. Some of the stickers can be seen behind Taiylor. She is, I think, looking to change that because Etsy takes a shitload of money out of you. Yeah, so it sounds like she's going to be changing that up here soon. So I will keep folks posted. Also, she'll likely be adding to our Redbubble soon. Boop, boop.
Yeah,
Hey,
Zach knows I asked her about something fun that I need to actually talk to her about, but it's a secret from the rest of you fucks.
Yeah, it is.
Secrets?
Secrets. Koop.
Hi, I'm a regular person and hashtag Stream Masters at Koop, and I play D&D with my friends. And this past week I mentioned this, but now the actual episode is out, so I will plug them one more time. But I had the absolute pleasure of joining Sequel Men, the podcast, last week to help them wrap up their Amazing Spider-Man review franchise thing that they did. You can find them on Twitter at SequelMen19. They're also on like every podcast site that exists, so Podbean, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, etc., etc. And it was fun. It was a good time. I had fun. I can talk about Spider-Man for hours, and they had to like stop me a couple of times. It's really fun because they were just like, all right, we've talked about that, and now let's move on to this next thing. And then I'd be like, no, but wait, I have one more thing I want to say.
Enough.
Yeah,
That's
so.
enough. That's
You
enough.
said one more thing 4 more things ago.
Yeah, I know. We had a good time though. It was fun.
I thought of this because we mentioned it last week, that anytime Koop didn't have anything to say, we'd do a fun fact. But I do have one for you.
Uh-oh.
Do you guys know what the hashtag is actually called?
A pound sign?
The number
It's
sign.
called an octothorpe.
What?
Why
It's called
are
an
we using
octothorpe.
that?
I don't
Why
know.
are we using that?
Octothorpe blessed.
Yeah.
I actually did.
Hold on,
Octothorpe ecstatic.
I actually did also have a backup in case I forgot to say that, because that's how my brain works, because I have ADD. I did have a backup fun fact that was also about whales.
Yeah.
So sperm
Also?
whales.
Yeah, we did narwhals last time.
Oh, that's right.
narwhals
Okay.
was
With their
Yeah,
with their
yeah.
9-foot tooth.
So like a lot of sea mammals like dolphins and whales especially, they communicate with each other using these like underwater clicks, basically using this just strange organ array in the top of their heads, right? Well, sperm whales have massive heads, right? And their echolocation is so powerful that if they were to direct it at a human being underwater at full power, they would basically implode them.
That's
I've heard that
fucking
before.
cool.
That's amazing.
You
That's
actually
terrifying.
because
So fucking dope.
because their echolocation is so fine-tuned and so sensitive, the only possible way to ever swim with sperm whales is to go without any equipment at all, because they can detect it and they'll stay away from you. But there are people that have gone swimming in the same water as a pod of sperm whales, and when they like turn their like clicks to you, there are people that have literally been like temporarily paralyzed from that. Yeah, it's terrifying.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
I took a
amazing.
really deep dive on sperm whale TikTok a couple months ago.
I'm sorry,
That's how I knew that.
can we say sperm a few more times on here?
No.
Sperm.
And talk about their really big heads.
I do have one more whale fact that's just short and sweet.
Ooh, whale
A blue whale,
Octopus
their heart
whale.
weighs 400 pounds,
Jesus.
which is about the size of a small piano, and you can hear it from 2 miles away.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, anyway,
Nature's scary.
nature's awesome.
the ocean
you're
is scary.
Yeah,
Anyway, Taiylor, who are you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who are you?
Who am I? Who are you? How are you?
I'm from ancient Greece.
Yes, hello. I am Taiylor Wallace. I am your humble dungeon master. Like, no, not really. You can find me on Twitter at TA
47.
IY.
The
TAIY
timing was awful.
LORWALLCACE. Sorry, gotta spell my name right. Make sure you spell it right or wrong, or you'll never find me. I mostly an editor at the moment, mostly D&D, honestly. But you can find me on sonderediting.com, where you can get editing services for cheaper than most freelance editors, and I will not charge the bottom left quadrant of your soul. So, yeah, that's me. That's what I'm doing. I write thousands upon thousands of words for D&D, but never a book. So, you know.
Yeah.
But I think that'll do it for today. Join us next Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern, where we will be getting into the Alistair stuff and some secrets that people want to talk about, and some more fun Midwestern parents. But yeah, we still need to talk about the Halloween stream, if we're doing it or not. But we should have a decision, information, whatever, by next week. So thank you for joining us, and get the fuck out and enjoy your Saturday.
Bye-bye.
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 Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Are we
Oh, that's
done?
right. I have to turn the stream off. Okay.
Yeah.